Chapter 1602. Fawn B. What's mixed in? Guaisho frowned. This civilized country was so different from the civilized countries he had seen in the past. If one were to say that there were no changes, he would not believe it at all. However, he did not expect such a change to appear in the country's fate. I don't know. I only feel that the country's fate seems to be rejecting me. It's more difficult for me to control it than any other country. Moreover, it's more difficult than all of them combined, Guayun said. Let's take a look first, Guaisho said faintly. As he spoke, he landed in the country. It was not like before, where he directly built the island in the void and summoned all living beings to listen to his teachings. At the same time, he put the living beings that he enlightened and the country's fate into a small world that he had opened up. This country was so strange that it was not strange for anything to appear in it. It was naturally inappropriate for other living beings to appear here. Therefore, Guaisho was the only one who appeared in this nation at this moment. The entire territory of this country was tens of billions of miles wide. There were trillions of living beings with born Taoism aptitudes in this country. The structure of such a huge country was naturally extremely complicated. The place where Guaisho landed was in an extremely ordinary city. As a country that existed in this powerful world, the cities in this world could not be compared to ordinary cities. One should know that the ordinary living beings in this world were at least equivalent to the false saint level. Even the living beings created by Guaisho were countless times weaker than the natural living beings in this world. However, they were not comparable to ordinary living beings in this world. For example, the false saint level and safe-to-be living beings were at least experts in other worlds. They were strong enough to dominate the life and death of several worlds. However, such living beings in this civilized country, they were only relatively strong residents. In fact, their status was just like the martial arts masters in ordinary worlds. How special was a city that could accommodate such living beings? One could imagine. In this entire city, 1/3 of it was in the sky, 1/3 was underground, and 1/3 was on the ground. However, it was only 1/3 of its original size. The entire city appeared to be completely different from a sci-fi city. Above the sky, above the ground, below the ground, there were the shadows of living beings everywhere. They flew in the sky and burrowed into the ground, living in an extremely three-dimensional way. In this city, there weren't any powerful creatures that were born into this world. It wasn't because the residents of the city didn't enslave those creatures. Instead, even though they were angry at these creatures, they did not allow them to enter the city. This was the proper meaning of the question. After all, these living beings were simply too powerful. Even if they were enslaved by them, just their existence alone was enough to bring great pressure to the city. If anything went wrong, that would be the destruction of the entire city. Under such circumstances, how could they allow those creatures to enter the city? Guaisho stepped into a restaurant that was floating in midair. The restaurant had an antique feel to it, and melodious music could be heard coming from it. There weren't many customers inside, but it wasn't that cold. When Guaisho stepped into the restaurant, a waiter, who was probably equivalent to a Primordial pure yang expert, greeted him politely. "Sir, please come in. May I know if you're here to eat or stay?" Guaisho had been to so many countries, so he was very clear about the state of the human world. Although the customs of this country were different from those of other countries, there was not much difference at all. Therefore, he naturally knew how to deal with it. At this time, he had already restrained all his aura, so that the creatures in this country, who should have inexplicably sensed him as soon as they saw him, could not sense anything special about him at all. He glanced at the waiter and said lightly, "Let's eat. What signature dishes do you have? Bring them over." "Okay." The waiter responded loudly, then led the Guaisho to a table near the window. If Guaisho's current level was in other worlds, he would have reached the level of despair. Even though he had scruples here because of the strange country and dared not to spread out his perception and scrupulously to sense the truth behind this country, it didn't mean that he needed to talk to people around to find out what was going on in this country like ordinary people. As he sat there, his heart moved slightly. The memories of everyone in this restaurant were like a book in his hand, allowing him to flip through them at will and understand them at will. When the waiter brought over a dozen specialty dishes, he already had a general understanding of this country and vaguely knew why this country was so special. Among all the creatures in this restaurant, the strongest was only at the quasi-life level. Even in this country, this kind of creature could only be regarded as the bottom. Naturally, they knew very little about the secrets behind this country. However, if they were to integrate what they knew, it would be enough for Gui's show to have a considerable understanding of the various aspects of the country. When this country first appeared, it was similar to all the other countries that Gui's show had encountered before. It was also struggling between the heavens and the earth, struggling to survive under the pressure of many powerful beings and facing the danger of destruction at all times. However, this history changed at a certain moment. At the juncture of life and death for the entire kingdom, a creature of unknown origin suddenly descended upon this kingdom. This being claimed to have traveled through time and space from the future, and he also had the appearance of a born Taoism aptitude. His arrival, as a result, it brought a powerful vitality to the entire kingdom, turning the kingdom from being enslaved by all other living beings to enslaving all other living beings. The reason for this change was very simple. This creature, it brought with it a divine ability that was said to have been created after an immeasurable amount of time. After cultivating this divine ability, a living being could have a seed that could command and enslave all natural creatures in this world. Of course, not all creatures could cultivate this divine ability and condense this seed. In fact, only those who could truly condense this seed, only unimaginable geniuses could do it. For example, there were currently trillions of people in the entire kingdom. However, there were less than 10 million people who could truly cultivate this divine ability. This was almost a 1 in 100,000 chance, which was enough to show how high the requirements for this divine ability were. 10 million people. Gui Shou was eating the restaurant's signature dish, and he suddenly became extremely curious about this divine ability. It was not uncommon for only 10 million people to cultivate a divine ability out of trillions of people. At the very least, Gui Shou could create some by himself at any time. However, he could not create a divine ability that could obtain that seed and grow to the point where it could easily enslave creatures that were tens of thousands of times more powerful than them. Even though he had heard about the existence of such a divine ability, he did not know the principle behind it, and why a mere seed could produce such an effect. As for the fact that the being who imparted this divine ability came from the future after an immeasurable amount of time, he did not believe it at all. There was no other reason other than this. This was simply too absurd. If it was an ordinary world, it was still possible to travel from the future to the past. For example, in the Earth's universe, Luo Fan traveled from the future to the present time after an immeasurable amount of time with the help of the passage created by a true saint. However, don't forget, this was not an ordinary world. This was a world where the structure of time, space, matter, and energy was extremely mysterious, and even completely different from the ordinary time and space. In such a world, the relationship between the past, the present, and the future was not linear, but entangled in a very mysterious way. Under such circumstances, if one wanted to break this law and travel from the future to the past, or travel from the present to the future, or travel from the present to the past, one must at least be able to completely break the fundamental rules of this world and have the ability to completely change the space-time structure of this entire world. And this, at least, could only be achieved by a being at the true saint level. And obviously, how could a being at the true saint level care about anything that happened in such a small country? How could he send a living being from the future to the past? Therefore, although Gui Shou didn't have much of an idea about what kind of being the being that taught the divine sense was, he clearly knew that it couldn't be from the future as it claimed to be. That divine sense can be found in the center of any city. It seems that I have to go and have a look later. With this thought, Gui Shou pushed the table away, got up, and took a step forward. His figure had already disappeared from the restaurant. Dine and dash. At this moment, the waiter noticed that the table was suddenly empty, and he couldn't help but show a look of surprise and anger on his face. Eating and dashing was something that any restaurant had encountered before. Even in this extremely special city, it was the same. Therefore, this restaurant actually had countless defensive measures against being eaten and dashed. They were prepared for how to recover after the incident and how to reduce the loss. However, this didn't mean that they had a way to deal with Gui's show. There was no other reason other than their strength, the waiter reported to the shopkeeper. At first, the shopkeeper didn't care. He calmly followed the restaurant's original plan and used all kinds of means to find Gui's show and recover the cost of the food and drinks. However, when he couldn't find Gui's show after using all the means, the shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. Humph! Such an expert actually dared to dine and dash. He shouted with a face full of anger and bitterly stopped. Gui's show naturally didn't know that he would be criticized by the shopkeeper when he left directly. At this moment, he was already standing in the center of the city, looking at the divine sense engraved on the stone tablet in front of him. This divine sense was extremely important to this civilized country. Therefore, ever since it appeared, it was announced to the entire country in order to let as many living beings as possible learn this divine sense. From then on, the number of living beings that could condense seeds would reach the highest level, so that the civilized country could enslave as many living beings as possible. This method of announcement was to set up such stone tablets in tens of thousands of cities in the entire country, and the divine sense was directly engraved on them, so that everyone could see and learn it. It was precisely because of this. That was why almost every city enslaved at least one powerful creature to protect the city, or to help the city. Gui's show stood in front of this stone tablet, his brows slightly furrowed. This divine sense had millions of words, and this stone tablet was at least 300 meters high. However, each word of this divine sense seemed to be extremely difficult to be engraved on it with the size of a grain of rice. Fortunately, the living beings in this country were extremely powerful. Their eyesight was extremely amazing. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to use such dense and small words to record it. No matter what, Gui's show was in existence at the level of desperation. It was a divine art with millions of words, but he had already memorized all of them with a single glance. However, although he had memorized it, the doubts in Gui's show's heart were not resolved because of this. On the contrary, he fell into deeper doubts, because he couldn't understand this divine sense at all, although he could know how to cultivate this divine sense and how to improve it. But in the end, what was the principle behind this divine ability? What method was used to condense the seed? What method was used to enslave and control creatures that were tens of thousands of times more powerful than the one who had condensed the seed? He was completely bewildered by all of this and could not understand it all. He couldn't understand it. There's actually such a divine sense. Gui's show thought to himself. For him, there was only one way to understand the real principle of this divine sense. That was to cultivate this divine sense. However, it was obvious that no matter how courageous he was, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a strange divine ability without understanding anything. It seems that I have to trouble master again. Gui's show sighed. Thinking of this, he lifted his foot and took a light step. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared without a trace. He directly entered the small world that he had casually opened up with the raw milk. After entering this small world, Gui's show did not care about the other living beings and directly sat down in the air. Relying on some extremely mysterious connection, he directly connected with the mind of a certain false saint on the mountain peak where Luo Fan was, who knew how many billions of light years away. He instantly sent his mind into it. That false saint was already familiar with all of this. At this moment, he naturally gathered his power on that mind and then transferred it out of his mind and into the real world. Gui's show did not stop there. He stopped the false saint who was about to kneel and took a light step forward, directly arriving at the hall where Luo Fan was. The moment he appeared, Luo Fan had already sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "What problem did you encounter this time?" This voice was very ordinary, but to Gui's show, it sounded like rolling thunder and contained an indescribable heavenly might. It was even to the extent that the voice was mixed with traces of willpower, giving him the feeling that he had sensed when he stepped out of the territory of the big organization. It was a supreme, vast, and boundless willpower that filled the world. As expected, Master is still so powerful. At this moment, such a thought appeared in Gui's show's mind. However, of course, he did not dare to neglect Luo Fan's questions. He directly told him everything that had happened in that special country. After hearing all of this, Luo Fan also frowned. He was also a little confused about the various things that happened in that country. "Not bad. You still know to come back and ask me," Luo Fan said indifferently. "Let me take a look at that mystical ability." Gui Shou nodded and condensed the millions of words of the mystical ability into a spot of spiritual light, sending it to Luo Fan. Luo Fan received the spiritual light, and the millions of words of the divine ability were instantly grasped by him. With a thought, this divine ability spread out in his mind. One amazing ability. Even though it's not a true sage ability, it's not a true sage ability. No wonder you can't understand the principles behind it, Luo Fan said with a faint smile. This sacred art was different from any other sacred art that Luo Fan had seen before. It did not have the characteristic of a true divine sacred art that could evolve endlessly. There was a limit to its power. However, it forcibly simulated all the changes of a true divine god power within a certain boundary in a way that was not a true divine god power. In other words, he had forcibly simplified a true divine theurgy into a non-true divine theurgy and kept as much of its power as possible. Gui Shou, who had seen the divine sense of a true divine, could recognize such a Shentong at a glance. However, for Gui Shou, who had never seen the divine sense of a true divine sense, Shentong could not understand it at all. That would be forcing him to do something he couldn't do. Since he knew what the essence of this divine theurgy was, he wanted to restore the original appearance of this divine theurgy. Naturally, it was an easy thing to do. Luo Fan's heart moved slightly. The many words continued to be simplified and reorganized. Not long after, the divine theurgy of millions of words had been reduced to more than 100 words. It had been reduced by tens of thousands of times. In an instant, it had been restored to a real, true divine theurgy. Although the words on this divine art were tens of thousands of times fewer than before, the complexity and profoundness of this divine art was countless times stronger than the previous one. However, even if it was more complicated and mysterious, it had after all returned to its original appearance. It had become a simple thing to understand what was going on with this divine theurgy. So that's the case. It seems that someone has taken a fancy to the luck of the protagonist of this world. After seeing this true divine theurgy clearly, Luo Fan could not help but sigh. He felt that it was extremely troublesome. This divine theurgy. It was a true divine theurgy, and it indeed had infinite power. It did develop an extremely powerful seed that could enslave living beings. However, its most basic function was not that. It was seizing luck, or rather, seizing the halo living beings. There was the luck of living beings. There was the luck of a race. That was obvious. When a race became the protagonist of this world, it had actually obtained a protagonist halo. As this protagonist halo was targeted at an entire race, it was not a complete individual. Instead, it was spread across all living beings in the entire race in an extremely mysterious way. In other words, the luck world of all living beings in this race had a small portion of the main character's halo of the race. And only by combining a part of the protagonist halo above the luck of all living beings in the world would the effect of the real protagonist halo be produced. No matter what kind of misfortune this race encountered, It would eventually turn misfortune into fortune and run in the direction of incomparably bright. Normally, such a halo would definitely not be able to be seized. Even Luo Fan, who had meticulously studied the protagonist's halo, would definitely not be able to seize such a halo. However, it was obvious that a powerful existence had developed a method to seize such a halo, and that was this true divine theurgy. As long as a living being cultivated this theurgy, the halos in his world of luck would naturally be collected and transmitted to a certain direction. It would be very difficult for it to be condensed in a certain world of luck. In other words, even if this protagonist halo was scattered into countless parts, as long as there were enough living beings cultivating this theurgy, the person who transmitted this theurgy would be able to condense it easily and finally form a relatively complete protagonist halo. Of course, unless all living beings were able to cultivate this divine ability, the main character's halo would be broken and incomplete. This was something that couldn't be changed. Moreover, if one really wanted to seize the protagonist halo completely, the most perfect method would be to directly cultivate this true divine theurgy instead of cultivating the simplified and simulated theurgy of the true divine theurgy. However, it was obvious that such a thing would not happen. Although the true divine theurgy was unbelievably powerful, those who wanted to cultivate the true divine theurgy had to at least be at the false sage level. Currently, among the countless civilized countries in the entire world, there were only a few dozen people who had such strength. What was the use of that? In contrast, it would be different if this true divine theurgy was simplified and simulated. As it was no longer a true divine theurgy, there was no requirement for the cultivation realm of the person who cultivated it. As long as one had good aptitude and was suitable for this theurgy, it was possible to cultivate it. Chapter 1603. Luo Fan sighed and said to Gui Shou, "This god power is a god power that seizes luck. Now, a large portion of the kingdom's luck has already been taken away." Gui Shou couldn't help but be shocked. "What should we do?" "I can teach you another god power. If you teach this god power, you can reduce the tendency of this god power being seized." Luo Fan said faintly. "Only reduce the tendency?" Gui Shou frowned. Luo Fan said faintly, "That's right. The person who set up this method is not weaker than me. He has already taken action since the beginning of that kingdom, but we only took action now. Of course, it's not so easy to solve everything perfectly." Hearing this, although Gui Shou was still a little unwilling, he understood. Seeing that he understood, Luo Fan didn't say much. At this moment, countless true divine mysteries kept combining in his mind. Not long after, they formed a true divine god power that was opposite to the god power that he had organized before. It was a true divine god power that completely targeted all the effects of the true divine god power. The words used by the true divine theurgy were also only slightly more than 100 words. It was not much different from the true divine theurgy that he had sorted out previously. After Luo Fan created this god power, his heart moved again. In an instant, the god power with more than 100 words began to be born rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown from 100 words to millions of words. But, similarly, because this mystical power was too profound, in order to allow those who were not false saints to cultivate it, he degraded it. Using imitating and approaching methods, the requirements for cultivating this god power weren't so high. After evolving this god power, Luo Fan pointed with his finger. All the words condensed into a spiritual light and directly rushed towards Gui Shou. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Gui Shou. Gui Shou took this spiritual light. In an instant, the god power with millions of words had already been imprinted into his memory. Compared to the god power that Gui Shou had given to Luo Fan before, the god power that Luo Fan had given him this time didn't just include the evolved imitation god power. Moreover, it directly included the origin of the god power. In other words, the true divine god power that had evolved millions of words was also given to him. At first, Guay only had a vague understanding of these few million characters. He had no idea what this divine ability was talking about, nor did he know the principles behind this divine ability. However, when he finally saw the true divine God power formed by more than 100 words, he suddenly understood. In an instant, the millions of words that he had seen before began to rapidly reorganize and simplify. The fundamental essence was quickly extracted by him. It was also at this moment that he truly understood the principle behind the divine ability that Luo Fan had taught him. For an existence that had never seen a true divine God power before, this was the first time he had seen such an existence. It simply subverted his view of God power and his concept of God power. For an existence that had never seen a true divine mystique before, this was the first time he had seen a true divine mystique. It had completely subverted his view of mystiques and his concept of mystiques. This true divine God power seemed to have opened a whole new world in front of Guay's show. He suddenly realized that there was actually such a wonderful existence beyond his understanding. It turned out that God power could also be upgraded to this level. There was actually such a miraculous existence beyond the scope of his knowledge. It turned out that divine abilities could also be raised to this level. At this moment, countless thoughts and ideas flashed in his mind. Countless inspirations flashed in Guay Shou's mind. The countless accumulations in the past seemed to have turned into a true sage magical power and were about to gush out at this moment. Luo Fan looked at the change in Guay Shou's aura. Looking at Guay Shou's expression, he instantly knew that Guay Shou was shocked. He couldn't help but smile faintly. The true divine mystique was a true divine level technique. If it was in other worlds, even if it was a false divine, it would only have the ability to learn. It was impossible to create it. However, this world was different. In this world, the true divine mystery was just like the essence of the world in other worlds, covering all time and space. Under such circumstances, as long as one understood the structure of true divine God power, even if he was a false divine, he could easily create the corresponding true divine God power through the various combinations of the true divine mystery. Under such circumstances, after Guay Shou understood the existence of true divine God power in this world and knew the general structure of true divine God power, it was only natural that he could create the corresponding true divine God power. Of course, this didn't mean that he could immediately create a true divine God power with a certain characteristic. After all, it required an extremely deep understanding of the true divine mysteries and the true divine remarkable powers. It could be said that even the current Luo Fan could only barely do it. This turtle's lifespan was still far from that. The current Guay Shou could indeed create a true divine God power by combining many true divine mysteries. However, the function and power of the true divine theurgy that he had created were uncertain. As long as one was a cultivator, the instinct to cultivate had already been deeply engraved in the depths of the origin of life. Luo Fan was no exception, and the current Guay Shou was no exception. Originally, Guay Shou had planned to quickly return to where his main body was after obtaining the true divine God power to pass on the true divine God power. However, after he comprehended the unparalleled existence of the true divine God power, he unknowingly became completely immersed in the mystery of the true divine God power. The matter of leaving had already been unknowingly forgotten in the process. At this moment, all he could think about was the endless combination of the true sage mysteries. At this moment, his mind had unknowingly entered that inexplicable place, reaching the deepest place that he could reach, and began to carefully comprehend the complex combination of the true divine mystery around him. For a moment, he had an epiphany. It turns out that with a little modification, these are already true divine God power. For a moment, his inspiration exploded, and true divine God power after true divine God power was formed in his mind. He waited until he had created hundreds of thousands of true divine theurgy. He sighed helplessly, and his face was full of pain. It was because he had already recovered from that kind of fanaticism, and he really remembered, no matter what he comprehended here, Even if he obtained a breakthrough in his nature, he would eventually forget about it after leaving this place. In other words, even if he created hundreds of thousands of true divine magic powers here, he would completely forget about these hundreds of thousands of true divine magic powers after he left this place. What he was doing now was extremely rare. What he was doing now was completely useless. Gui Shou reluctantly let his mind leave that inexplicable place, and the pain on his face became even more intense. Miracle! It didn't happen. He had indeed completely forgotten about the hundreds of thousands of true divine god power that he had created previously. With a slight jolt in his heart, Gui Shou's body suddenly shook, and all the pain on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of anxiety. Oh no, I've stayed here for too long. It was because he had fallen into that kind of fanaticism just now, and his mind had stayed in that inexplicable place for a full 10 years. You've woken up? At this time, Luo Fan's voice rang in his ear. Hearing this, Gui Shou couldn't help but blush, and said, I was momentarily obsessed. I'm really ashamed. Luo Fan naturally didn't care about him, and said faintly, Since you've woken up, you can go. At the same time, bring a strand of my wool over. I want to meet the person behind the scenes. Gui Shou was overjoyed when he heard this. He was originally secretly worried that the person behind the scenes was on par with Luo Fan. He didn't know if he would accidentally trigger the other party's taboo, so that the other party would exert a blow on him. Now that he heard that Luo Fan was actually willing to let him bring a strand of his wool back, it was clear that Luo Fan wanted to intervene. This gave him a boost in confidence. And how could he not be overjoyed? Luo Fan didn't say much, and his heart moved. Naturally, a strand of wool condensed in front of Gui Shou, turning into a faintly discernible point. A faintly discernible light. Gui Shou hurriedly and carefully took the light, bowed to Luo Fan, and turned around to disperse this body. His mind was wrapped in this light, and through the inexplicable connection, directly traversed the endless distance, and returned to the civilized country in the territory of another organization. Although his mind had been away for 10 years, compared with 10 years ago, the creatures he had enlightened and the fate of the country had not changed. They were still calmly cultivating in the small world. After all, it had only been 10 years. With a thought, Gui Shou carefully sensed outside the small world. In an instant, he found that the civilized country outside the small world was no different from 10 years ago, and it still looked the same as when he had just left. Feeling all this, Gui Shou took a deep breath and directly stepped out of this small world. Then, when he came to the outside world, he released his aura without hesitation. As a powerful existence comparable to the despaired ones, Gui Shou's aura was so powerful that it was almost enough to destroy the world and rebuild the universe. Such a powerful aura was released at this time without reservation. In an instant, this entire civilized country with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was instantly shrouded under this aura. At this moment, all the creatures with born Taoism aptitude who felt this aura, the protagonists of this country, felt an indescribable childish admiration from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of admiration made all of them clearly understand what kind of existence the owner of this aura was. Of course, this was only for the creatures with born Taoism aptitude. In this country, there were tens of millions of enslaved creatures. However, these powerful creatures felt an indescribable pressure, and for a moment, all of them broke free from the power of enslavement that had been placed on them, and began to roar wildly. At this moment, their powerful strength began to be released without reservation, causing the entire country to shake violently. The kind of terrifying power directly broke time and space, instantly plunging this extremely peaceful and prosperous civilized country into the brink of doomsday. Countless screams, roars, and screams could be heard from every corner of this civilized country. How is this possible? There's nothing wrong with my enslavement seeds. Why do they break free from my control? This was the magical power that someone had cultivated. This was the roar of a creature with born Taoism aptitude that had condensed into an enslavement seed and controlled a creature. It had been thousands of years since he had cultivated this divine ability. Ever since it had cultivated this magic, it had easily enslaved a powerful creature that was tens of thousands of times more powerful than it was. He had easily enslaved a powerful being that was tens of thousands of times more powerful than him. And with this being, his status had risen countless times compared to before, allowing him to obtain boundless authority. Under such circumstances, it was self-evident how much it valued the creature it had enslaved. Now, all of a sudden, that creature had suddenly broken free from its control. It actually began to release its power without any scruples, destroying time and space, and destroying this country. For a moment, it felt as if it had fallen into a dream. Under this stimulation, he even forgot about the major event of the creator's arrival. That magic can't actually completely enslave those creatures, Gue Shou said at this moment. His voice directly spread throughout the entire civilized country, allowing every creature in it to clearly hear this voice. Beneath this voice, the panic and fear that had originally spread throughout the entire country had diminished a lot at this moment. No matter what, the arrival of its creator meant that they had support behind them, which meant that things had not reached the most desperate situation yet. With a thought in Gue Shou's mind, numerous concept cages of nothingness instantly descended. Every creature that was constantly wreaking havoc in time and space, wanting to destroy it, trembled slightly, and all of them were swallowed into the concept cages of nothingness. As they swallowed, all the damage and influence that those creatures had caused to this world and this country was naturally cut off. Naturally, it had been cut off. In an instant, the entire civilized country had already escaped from the brink of doomsday. Then, Gue Shou casually grabbed, and the concept cages of nothingness that had been scattered throughout the entire civilized country instantly broke away from their original places, crossing the void and directly gathering in front of him. They formed a complete concept cage of nothingness. In this concept cage of nothingness, tens of millions of powerful creatures were constantly roaring. They struggled, but they could only watch helplessly as their bodies were eroded by the concept cage of nothingness, turning into nothingness bit by bit. This was the result of Gue Shou wanting to investigate these creatures, so he didn't push the concept cage of nothingness to the limit. Otherwise, after staying in there for such a long time, these living beings would have long been turned into nothingness. How could they still maintain their complete appearances? The reason why these creatures could be enslaved by the enslavement seeds is that they have already been planted with restrictions in their bodies. Gue Shou explained faintly and no longer spoke about these creatures. After all, there was not much meaning in explaining too much about some things. It was not only because the existence that wanted to seize the fate of this civilized country was still hiding in the background. If he explained too clearly, he would inevitably clash with it. If the other party flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to directly destroy this civilized country, it would be very difficult for him to protect this civilized country. In this way, it was obvious that it was better to just give a casual explanation. As for the specifics, he would leave it to those creatures to figure out themselves. As for whether those creatures could figure out the truth, he didn't doubt this at all. All the creatures in this civilized country had sufficient wisdom, and there were countless existences with rigorous thinking. No matter how complicated the matter was, as long as there were traces, they would eventually find out the truth. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. "Who the hell are you? How dare you want to destroy this country?" Along with this voice, a huge palm stretched out from somewhere in this civilized country and directly pressed down on where Gue Shou was. What this palm carried was not pure power, nor was it simply a power that was summoned from that inexplicable place. Instead, it was a concept, a confinement concept that could confine everything. Under this palm was space-time, the mysteries of the true sage, the fragments of the great path, and everything else. They were completely frozen like mosquitoes that had been thrown into amber. Even the changes that should have existed in this world completely disappeared in an instant. Judging from the posture of this palm, it was completely unconcerned about the city that Guizhou was currently in. From the looks of it, not only did it want to completely erase Guizhou from this world, but it also wanted to erase this city from this world. Finally, you're not pretending anymore? Guizhou said lightly. As soon as this confinement concept was displayed, there was no longer any doubt about this creature's identity. He could not possibly be a creature with a connate Taoism aptitude from the future. In fact, he could not even be a creature with a connate Taoism aptitude. He could only be an existence that was second only to the strongest commander of some organization. Only in this way could he have the ability to elevate power into a concept. Facing such an existence, Guizhou naturally did not hold back. He had an idea. He raised his hand. In an instant, a concept cage of nothingness appeared out of thin air and directly appeared around that palm. In a flash, it had already wrapped that huge palm. The essence of this concept cage of nothingness was also a concept, and the essence of this palm was also a concept. Obviously, the difference between the two was not enough for either side to easily defeat the other. Therefore, at this moment, the concept cage of nothingness and that palm burst out with an earth-shattering impact. That impact kept reverberating and changing, directly causing the concept cage of nothingness to change its shape. The whole thing looked like a balloon that was forcibly filled with an object that was many times larger than the balloon, and that object was constantly struggling. Who the hell are you? At this time, a huge, almost indomitable figure appeared in the void out of thin air, facing Guizhou from a distance. His face was full of shock and anger. When this figure appeared, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. This is the King of Human. Why? I can't believe you stole the King of Human. As such a strong expert, don't you feel ashamed? Guizhou sighed and said, Don't talk nonsense, that figure said angrily. Tell me your name. I am the creator of this world's new main character. Don't you know? Guizhou said calmly. Creator? This civilized country was born from nothing in my eyes. Who created it? And you said that I stole the King of Human. You directly stole the creator's position. Isn't that even more despicable? That figure sneered. Whether I stole it or not, why don't you ask those creatures? What's true is true, and what's false is false. I believe that if you ask them, you will soon know whether my identity is true or false, Guizhou said calmly, his face not showing the slightest bit of worry. The conversation between the two of them was directly transmitted into the ears of all living beings in this civilized country. In an instant, all the creatures had already made a judgment. When they looked at this King of Human, their eyes instantly turned into suspicion. When they looked at Guizhou, they still had the same childish admiration and trust as before. They did not take the King of Human's words to heart. Of course, this was not because they were all so intelligent that they could tell that the King of Human was lying and Guizhou was telling the truth. The reason why they behaved like this was very simple. Because after they felt Guizhou's aura, the childish admiration that emerged from the bottom of their hearts directly destroyed all their doubts about Guizhou. This kind of fundamental connection directly acted on the depths of their souls, acting on a gap that had always been somewhat empty since they were born, directly filling up this gap. This obviously could not be faked at all. It was precisely because of this that they did not have any doubts at this time. They completely believed that Guizhou was their creator. That King of Human was a powerful creature born with innate intelligence in this world in disguise. Naturally, he did not know how they felt about Guizhou. That was why he made such a mistake at this time. Not only did he not drag Guizhou down with him, but he also confirmed to all the creatures that he was a fake. Oomph. I didn't expect you to be so good at faking. This time, I admit defeat, that creature said coldly. Since that's the case, then let this country disappear. As he spoke, he abruptly raised his hands high. In an instant, the faintly discernible, looming, and supreme will that filled the world, as if any strand of it could easily crush the tortoise lifespan and completely eliminate all resistance. was suddenly drawn by him, and actually began to slowly gather between the living being's hands. Chapter 1604. At that moment, it was not just all the creatures in the entire country. Even the turtle show felt an inexplicable pressure, as if a catastrophe was about to befall him. His entire body and mind trembled slightly. He can actually condense that willpower? What kind of method is this? How could the owner of that willpower allow his willpower to be controlled by an ant? This thought flashed through the turtle show's mind. If he did not have any other methods, he would not have been able to resist at that moment. He could only watch as that willpower directly crushed him. However, it was clear that he did not have any other methods to deal with this willpower. At that moment, the wisp of willpower that Luo Fan had purposely extracted from his body was stimulated by this powerful willpower and naturally reacted. In an instant, this wisp of willpower suddenly burst out. Almost in the blink of an eye, this willpower had already expanded tens of thousands of times and appeared in the void in the blink of an eye. This willpower instantly swept across the entire civilized country. In an instant, it isolated the pressure emanating from the willpower between the hands of the humanoid king. At that moment, the willpower between the humanoid king's hands trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it had already broken free from the humanoid king's control. The humanoid king had originally wanted to look triumphantly at the turtle show's despairing expression, but he suddenly realized that a willpower that was even more powerful and terrifying than the one he had summoned had surged out of the turtle show's body. Immediately after, the willpower between his hands suddenly broke free from his control. Suddenly, it began to grow in the void and began to transform. This caused the complacent expression on his face to freeze. At that moment, the willpower that was originally controlled between his hands suddenly condensed. In an instant, the endless willpower around him began to rapidly condense, and in the blink of an eye, a strange head was formed in the void. This head looked humanoid, and it even had the charm of a born Taoism aptitude. On top of that, there was an aura that ordinary born Taoism aptitude creatures could not exude. It was a kind of vicissitude. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had been left behind for countless years. At that moment, the entire civilized country seemed to have paused in time, and all changes came to a standstill in an instant. It wasn't just the living beings with born Taoism aptitudes. It wasn't just those ordinary things either. Even the turtle lifespan was affected. Even the human king showed the same reaction. Similarly, he completely stopped at this moment. Following this change, the wisp of Luo fans will condensed slightly and condensed into a similarly huge head in the void opposite to the will of Luo Fan. I've never seen you before. That human king used some sort of method to condense his will and said, I am Luo Fan. How should I address you, fellow friend? Luo Fanswell said with a faint smile. Since the will in front of him was able to condense the head of a born Taoism aptitude and was able to create true divine magic, it at least showed that he had already stepped onto the true path of cultivation. However, he was qualified to call Luo Fan a fellow Taoist. The will frowned and said, Luo Fan? I've never heard that name before. You can call me World Emperor. World Emperor? Luo Fan was shocked. Hearing this name, he suddenly remembered the Jin Emperor who sent him here. Both of them were emperors. Was there any connection between them? Could it be that you've heard of my name before? The World Emperor frowned when he saw the change in Luo Fan's expression. No, it's just that I once met a fellow Taoist called the Jin Emperor. I felt that it was somewhat similar, so I was just curious, Luo Fan said with a smile. Jin Emperor? The World Emperor's expression changed drastically as he repeated. Right at this moment, the endless will that filled the boundless void seemed to be stirred up by a powerful force. It suddenly lost its original calm state and fell into chaos. In the blink of an eye, the void within the area covered by the will became dark. It looked as if there was a boundless sky covering the sky. At the same time, the powerful pressure emitted by the will suddenly increased by several times. At this moment, even Luo Fan felt that the surroundings were slightly stagnant, as if he was about to be frozen by the will. At this moment, Luo Fan's real body, who was in a palace hundreds of millions of light years away, suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure acting on his body. In an instant, his face drastically changed. He suddenly understood that although he had made great progress compared to before, he was still inferior to the world emperor before him. After understanding this, he didn't dare to be careless. He borrowed the mysterious connection between the distant will and his main body and instantly sent his own will over. In an instant, it fused with the will that had already formed his head. In an instant, the head suddenly became several times more solid. Along with this change, the feeling of stagnation that Luo Fan had felt because of the other party's change instantly disappeared. "You, where did you see the Gene Emperor?" The World Emperor's voice was mixed with indescribable pressure. When Luo Fan heard this, he frowned. If the other party asked him nicely, he naturally would not be stingy to tell him. After all, telling the other party where the Gene Emperor was would not affect him. However, at this time, the power in front of him actually used such a condescending and coercive method to ask him, so he had no interest in answering his nonsense. Therefore, he said faintly, "It seems that I asked first. Do you want to die?" The World King was even angrier. In an instant, the entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. This sentence sounded like the entire world was angry at him. It was using the strongest voice, the angriest, and the most dignified tone to speak. At this time, if the entire civilized country had not been frozen, if the living beings in the civilized country still had some reaction to the outside world, this pressure alone would be enough to make all the living beings in the entire civilized country collapse. All destroyed. Facing such a terrifying pressure, Luo Fan smiled coldly. Although he was a little weaker than the creature in front of him, it was only a little. If they fought, he might be beaten back by the opponent. However, it was absolutely impossible for the opponent to use such a simple method to suppress Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fans will spread out, trying hard to mobilize all the existences around him, including time, space, and matter. Energy, including the mysteries of the true divine and the fragments of the great path. Along with boom, an earth-shattering sound spread throughout the entire civilized country. This was not the sound produced by the collision of power, but the sound produced by the direct collision of willpower. Before this, everything that Luo Fan's willpower controlled was under the opponent's control. Under such circumstances, if Luo Fan's willpower wanted to complete this control, he could only fight under the opponent's control. In other words, he had to defeat the opponent in the collision to be able to truly control everything. The earth-shattering sound that swept through all the space-time in the entire civilized country was the sound produced by the collision of willpower. This sound did not reach the real world. It only sounded at the level of willpower. If there was a creature with a complete willpower to sense all of this at this time, it would find that this vibration was directly transmitted to its life source, and it might even directly destroy its life source in the vibration. Obviously, it was here. There was no creature with a complete willpower to observe all the changes that were happening. They had already been frozen in this civilized country. Therefore, these various changes only appeared at the level of the willpower of Luo Fan and the owner of the willpower. At this moment, both of them felt their minds shake, and almost at the same time, they felt as if their own willpower and their life source were about to collapse. The World King obviously did not expect that Luo Fan would actually clash with him so forcefully. After all, this was his territory. Luo Fan was definitely in a disadvantageous position here. Normal people would definitely tuck their tails between their legs at this time. How could he fight with him for control of the surroundings so forcefully? It was precisely because he did not expect this in advance that the World King fell into a disadvantageous position in the willpower battle just now. In an instant, the various drastic changes that occurred because of his anger had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a peaceful and calm appearance under Luo Fan's control. The World King paused for a moment and suddenly said, "You have some strength, but it's not enough for me to take you seriously." At this moment, an indescribably terrifying power was produced out of thin air. instantly sweeping through the surrounding space-time within a range of billions of miles. After this power swept through, the surrounding world began to change out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, before Luo Fan could react, he found that his willpower had arrived at a completely unfamiliar place. A place between heaven and earth and nothingness. Here, he could see everything in the normal space-time, and he could also sense that inexplicable existence. It seemed as if he had suddenly arrived at a place between the normal space-time and that inexplicable existence. However, there was a huge difference between this position and the mysterious existence that Guei Shou had constructed here. The strange existence that Guei Shou had created was at most equivalent to building an extremely flat plane between the normal space-time and the inexplicable existence. However, the one in front of him was like a fusion of the two, directly combining into a strange world with the characteristics of both. Here, the head that was condensed from willpower shook slightly, and it had already twisted into a figure that looked not much different from a normal human figure. The face of this figure was no different from the face of the head that was condensed from willpower. Luo Fan's heart moved, and he felt the uniqueness of this world. Here, his willpower did not need to be transformed, and it naturally transformed into a physical entity. Just like at this moment, although he did not want to transform his willpower into a physical entity, the head that was condensed from willpower was already rapidly transforming into a physical state. If he delayed for a little longer, it would become a real one. An incomparably gigantic solid head appeared. At this moment, Luo Fan sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly focused his will. In an instant, the will that was originally in the form of a giant head condensed into the form of a normal body. Then, due to the characteristics of this world, this body naturally turned into a body of flesh and blood. I won't ask where your main body is. Since you've appeared with your will, I'll fight you with my will. As long as you can remain undefeated in front of me, you can ask whatever you want. I'll answer you. But if you lose, you must tell me everything I want to know, said the will of the World King. Hearing this, Luo Fan's expression changed slightly. How could he be so confident? However, since he had already come this far, he naturally could not back down. He smiled faintly at this moment. Bring it on. The World Emperor didn't say much. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped towards Luo Fan's will. At this moment, an indescribably strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Then, he felt that an endless concept of destruction was born out of thin air and began to attack him rapidly. This concept of destruction was stronger and more condensed than any concept that Luo Fan had ever seen before. Under this concept, everything in the surroundings, including the space-time and the endless mysteries of the true divine, was filled with them. The fragments of the great Tao, and even the deeper and more mysterious existences, were completely destroyed by this concept at this moment. At other times, it could completely break space-time and reveal the state of chaos. This was already an attack that had reached the limit. However, at this moment, right here, just the concept of destruction that was released by the will in front of him had completely destroyed everything, revealing the state of chaos hidden behind this world. Everything looked so mysterious, so violent, and so dangerous. Facing such a concept of destruction, how could Luo Fan dare to be careless? He quickly communicated with that inexplicable place. With a thought, a wave of power descended and also turned into a concept of destruction that blasted towards the opponent's concept of destruction. When two similar concepts collided, the final result was, of course, to see which of the two concepts was stronger and more terrifying. Because the pressure that the World Emperor in front of him brought him was too strong. Therefore, at this moment, the strength of the concept of destruction that Luo Fan released was not any weaker than the opponent's. In this collision, the two concepts of destruction shattered almost at the same time. Countless fragments of the concept of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth in all directions. Although the destruction concept had already crumbled into countless specks of light, its might was still extremely impressive. Everything around the destruction concept was constantly being destroyed and crumbled. In the end, it revealed a grayish, chaotic state that started to spread out bit by bit, as if it had been dyed by the destruction concept. Fortunately, this world was incompatible with the primal chaos. Even if everything had been destroyed, as long as the world itself was not completely destroyed, the primal chaos would not be able to enter this world and would not be able to truly harm anything in this world. In other words, even at this moment, the state of chaos around the concept of destruction could be seen. However, it could only be seen and couldn't be touched at all. There is no need to worry that the state of chaos would continue to spread and eventually destroy everything. Using basic concepts to fight was perhaps the strongest means for existences like Gui Shou. But for existences like Luo Fan, this was only the most basic. At this moment, both of them moved at the same time. As they raised their hands and gently waved, the countless scattered concepts of destruction quickly condensed in an instant and rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into countless different concepts that were even opposite to each other. After these concepts were formed, they began to rapidly combine. What Luo Fan combined was a world composed of all kinds of concepts. As for the World Emperor, he transformed into a huge axe. The blade of the axe was the concept of sharpness. After the concept of sharpness, it was the concept of destruction. After that, it was the concept of firmness. In this way, layers of concepts were nested and combined, finally forming this axe. It was like the most powerful axe in the universe, able to unfold and destroy everything. The conceptual world formed by Luo Fan with the help of countless concepts wasn't considered big. After appearing, it directly collided with the Emperor. Seeing the world colliding with him, the Emperor wasn't moved at all. The axe in his hand, that was composed of various concepts, flew into the air. In a flash, it drew a trajectory that seemed to be able to destroy the state of chaos and directly slashed into the conceptual world. Puff! After a muffled sound, the axe directly slashed into the conceptual world. It directly slashed into the conceptual world and instantly opened up a deep crack in the conceptual world. A long, big crack appeared. It seemed that Luo Fan had fallen into the lowest point of his life. However, at this moment, in the concept world, countless concept creatures began to quickly pounce towards the axe. One by one, they burst out with all kinds of powerful attacks, constantly attacking the powerful axe. There seemed to be no comparison between the concept creatures and the axe. The gap between the concept creatures and the axe was extremely huge. It seemed like the concept creatures couldn't hurt the axe no matter what they did. However, this common sense couldn't be applied here. The reason for this was none other than the fact that the axe was made up of concepts. These concept creatures were also condensed from various concepts. In the eyes of the living creature, the conceptual axe was like a flesh axe in the eyes of an ordinary living creature. Those concept creatures, however, they could easily destroy the concepts on a concept axe. Then, slowly, they disintegrated the concept axe bit by bit, causing the concept axe that had deeply slashed into the conceptual world to be continuously damaged, continuously shrinking in the end after a short while. All the parts of the concept axe that had slashed into the conceptual world were completely broken down by the concept creatures. All the concepts were instead digested by the conceptual world, causing the conceptual world to improve greatly. At this moment, the World Emperor's expression became extremely unsightly. With a wave of his hand, the concept axe was retrieved by him. However, the changes on the concept axe were visible to the naked eye. On the concept axe, a huge crack appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the missing part of the gap was extremely irregular. It was clear that there was some kind of extremely tiny existence cutting it, or even gnawing on it to create such a change. The World Emperor's expression kept changing as he looked at the concept axe. After a long while, he finally said, "You are qualified to be my Tao friend since you were able to make this concept creature gain sentience." It was obvious that he had acknowledged Luo Fan's strength and that Luo Fan was qualified to treat him as an equal. Just as Luo Fan was about to say something to ease the tension, the World Emperor's expression suddenly changed again. He said, "However, you are still far from being able to remain undefeated in front of me." As he spoke, he shook the concept axe in his hand. In an instant, the missing parts of the concept axe completely disappeared. The entire concept axe was restored to its original appearance. Then, he raised his axe and exerted force. A large axe shadow flashed past, directly crossing the void, and suddenly chopped down on the conceptual world that Luo Fan had condensed. Luo Fan's eyesight was amazing. He could see every trace of the axe shadow at a glance. The traces were extremely mysterious and profound, as if they contained the traces of all the martial arts in the universe. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He didn't expect the World Emperor in front of him to have studied martial arts to such a deep level. However, it was obvious that in terms of martial arts attainments, Luo Fan was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to anyone. Therefore, at this moment, with a thought in his mind, the concept world trembled slightly. Like a meteor hammer, it was swung by him, displaying all kinds of hammer techniques that contained the truth of the universe, directly colliding with the axe shadow. The concept axe and the conceptual world were unimaginably powerful existences. Under normal circumstances, even if the world outside withstood the impact without holding back, the world within a radius of billions of miles would definitely be completely turned into powder. It would take a long time for the world to repair itself. Chapter 1605. Fawn, color equals red, squinting eyes face. Beeth in this strange space-time, the two of them unleashed their martial arts attainments without holding back. As they moved, everything in this space-time seemed to have turned into dough. Following their movements, all sorts of extremely chaotic changes occurred. In this battle, the arc of the axe in the Realm King's hand seemed to split the sky and earth, directly splitting everything. As Luo Fan's concept world swung like a round hammer, it also displayed the supreme principle of the universe. As he moved, the chaos in this space-time continued to advance to a deeper level, constantly evolving. As the two of them fought to their heart's content, the axe suddenly collided with the concept world without holding back. Although the axe cut deeply into the concept world, the various changes in the concept world completely devoured the axe blade at the same time, completely mincing it, causing the axe to lose a part of itself. There were even concept creatures that directly went up through the concept axe and pounced towards the Realm King. The Realm King raised his hand slightly, and a mysterious force erupted from his axe, directly mincing the concept creatures that had pounced into the axe and wanted to attack the Realm King along the axe. In the blink of an eye, all of the creatures disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the axe had already been retracted. "Take another move from me," the Realm King suddenly roared. Following this roar, the concept axe in his hand suddenly emitted endless light. Following this roar, the concept axe in his hand suddenly emitted endless light. This kind of light surpassed the concept, but it contained an extremely deep and indescribable charm. It belonged to an extremely deep, indescribable charm that belonged to ordinary space-time. It was supreme and had the power to crush and destroy everything. However, when anyone shifted their gaze away, they would instantly forget about its existence and all the changes that it had just made. Everything had changed. This kind of light spread in space-time. In an instant, it engulfed the entire space-time, causing everything in this space-time to be changed by this light. Under this change, everything in this space-time suddenly had the characteristics of this light. An incomparably terrifying pressure began to erupt from all directions at this moment. It crazily crushed Luo Fan, constantly attacking his body's defense. Even the concept world in front of him seemed to become heavy under this light. All the concepts in it seemed to have a gap between them, and there seemed to be a barrier. The reason why these concepts could form this concept world was because of the changes between many concepts. Now, there were gaps and barriers in this flow. How could this concept world take shape? In an instant, countless tiny concept fragments began to disperse from the concept world. They looked like stars in the sky. They looked like little stars, showing a cruel beauty, so strong. Luo Fan just stared at the light and thought. At this moment, he clearly saw that after the light was released, the concept axe had collapsed. All of the concepts within it dissipated at a speed faster than the concept world in Luo Fan's hand. If the concept world in Luo Fan's hand had only collapsed into countless small concept fragments, then at this moment, the axe in the Realm King's hand had already collapsed like a fountain. The small and dense fragments formed a large area, crazily rushing in all directions. Moreover, this was not the full price that the Realm King had to pay for using this method. At this time, the Realm King's real body paid the price. At this time, the real body of the Realm King had to pay the price. At least in this space-time, his real body appeared. Under this light, the Realm King's body seemed to be made of sand. Starting from his head, countless small fragments started to slowly flow down from there. At first glance, it was obvious that his body was gradually disintegrating. This light was extremely terrifying. It directly oppressed Luo Fan's will, making his will feel the pressure of countless worlds. Under this pressure, the internal structure of his body began to collapse. Little by little, his body began to be swallowed by this light. Even though he tried his best to condense all sorts of concepts to resist the pressure of this light and resist the devouring of this light, none of them worked in the end. In the end, his body was still moving towards the end, towards destruction. At this moment, as his body was moving towards the end, Luo Fan's heart didn't feel any despair, and he didn't even have many negative emotions. All he had was a kind of inexplicable joy and excitement. Of course, this wasn't because he was a masochist, but because in the changes of this light, he saw another kind of change after the concept power was guided from an inexplicable place. Compared to the little bit of willpower that existed here, compared to the outcome of his battle with the Realm King, this kind of harvest was what he wanted to see the most. It could be said that regardless of whether he won or lost this time, whether the Realm King had to answer his question or he had to answer the Realm King's question, he was already satisfied. He already felt that coming here this time was worth it. Of course, even though he didn't really care whether he won or lost, it didn't mean that he was willing to admit defeat. Who wouldn't want victory? Therefore, at this time, he was trying his best to find a way to resist this light. If he wanted to defeat the Realm King, he didn't need to completely resist this light, nor did he need to destroy it. He just needed to survive before the Realm King's body completely collapsed and disappeared. This mysterious light was clearly not something that a world king could withstand. At least, it was not something that his willpower here could withstand. The Realm King, using such a method, required him to pay an extremely terrible price. It required him to pay the price of destroying his own will in order to achieve this. This was what he needed to do. Obviously, this gave Luo Fan a chance. During this process, Luo Fan tried his best to use his wisdom to sense the surrounding light in an incomparably meticulous manner. He tried his best to study the characteristics of this light and to comprehend how this light was sublimated from a concept. Of course, this wasn't a simple matter. After all, it was a light that already had that inexplicable characteristic. With Luo Fan's current state of being unable to retain even the slightest bit of his memories from that inexplicable place, wanting to comprehend the characteristics of this light was, of course, an almost impossible thing, even if he had sensed it at that time. After studying it clearly, when he turned his gaze away, it was then that he realized that all of his previous senses and all of his research had been for naught. Everything. He had completely forgotten about them. After studying it for a while, when half of his body had completely disappeared, Luo Fan finally confirmed this point. He couldn't help but sigh, knowing that it was impossible to deduce the method to improve the concept from the finished product. He could only sigh helplessly. At this time, he turned his gaze to the center of the light, staring at the Realm King. He looked. He saw that the Realm King's body had only consumed less than 1/3 of its energy. At speed, compared to him, who had consumed nearly half of his body, the speed of collapse was obviously much slower. In other words, if this went on, he would definitely lose. Understanding this, Luo Fan's eyes narrowed. He knew that it wouldn't work if this went on. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, thinking about how to deal with this situation. The power of the light was earth-shattering. This strange spacetime had completely turned into a sea of light in this process. Only the state of chaos that was hidden behind, or rather outside of this world, could be preserved under the illumination of this light. In other words, it could still be seen in this world. Apart from this, everything else, including time, space, matter, energy, true divine mystery, great Tao fragments, and everything else had completely disappeared at this time, completely drawn into the light. This included the concept world that Luo Fan had condensed, of course. It was not an easy task to block this light. Countless thoughts flashed through Luo Fan's mind, and countless methods emerged. Then, in the next moment, these countless thoughts were overturned by him. These methods might indeed be effective in a certain aspect, but they all had a huge flaw, causing them to be unable to be used to resist this light. As he continued to think, time gradually passed. The effect of the light also became stronger and stronger. The assimilation and devouring of Luo Fan's body also became more and more frequent. Unknowingly, Luo Fan's will was only left with an extremely small that was billions of times smaller than the tip of a needle. At this time, only 80% of the World Emperor's body had turned into nothingness. It could be said that if this went on, the next moment, the one who would lose would obviously be Luo Fan. At this moment, a light flashed through Luo Fan's mind. An inexplicable light was emitted from the last bit of his will that he had left. This light was extremely mysterious, and it was even more mysterious and unparalleled. It had a sense of eternity and indestructibility, and it seemed to be on the same level as the surrounding light that covered the entire space-time. However, its nature was completely different, and it could even be said to be the complete opposite. It was completely different from the surrounding light that would be forgotten after seeing it. Now, the light emitted by Luo Fan's will gave an incomparably deep impression. Anyone who saw it, no matter how long it had been, would definitely remember all its details. Such a similar nature of the light had already opened up a small area in the surrounding boundless light as soon as it appeared, forming an incomparably solid defensive layer that blocked the surrounding boundless light. No matter how the light attacked and crushed, in the end, it could not continue to hurt Luo Fan's will in the center. When the surrounding light was displayed, it had an incomparably huge pressure on the will, so much so that the World Emperor had to destroy his own will in order for the light to appear. However, the light emitted by Luo Fan's will was completely different. Not only did it not cause any pressure on the will, on the contrary, it had extraordinary benefits for the will. Under the shroud of the light, Luo Fan had originally been swallowed and assimilated to the point where only a tiny bit of will was left. At this time, it was as if he had taken a great tonic and began to grow at an extremely crazy speed. In just a few short breaths, it had already grown from a size that was originally hundreds of millions of times smaller than the tip of a needle to the size of a needle tip. Then, after a short while, it had already grown to the size of a thumb, the size of a palm, the size of an arm. In the end, under the World Emperor's incredulous gaze, Luo Fan's will, it had completely restored its original appearance, becoming incomparably real. The complete Luo Fan came out, quietly floating in the eternal and indestructible light. These two lights, one big and one small, both were lights that could not be described with normal colors. However, although they could not be described with colors, the light was still completely different. The boundary between the two was extremely obvious. The light emitted from Luo Fan's body did not expand endlessly. Instead, it maintained the state of only wrapping his body, quietly defending against the surrounding light's invasion. Although the surrounding light attacked and suppressed with all its might, wanting to crush the light around Luo Fan's body, in the end, it had no effect at all. It could not hurt the light at all. It could not even make the light deform in the slightest. What is this light? The World Emperor finally let out an incredulous voice. After this, all the light dissipated. As the light dissipated, the World Emperor's body also disappeared, as well as this entire strange space-time. This was because the World Emperors will have been exhausted at this time, and finally could no longer maintain the existence of the light. The light dissipated, and space-time disappeared. Luo fans will naturally return to the normal space-time and directly came to the country where the turtle life was. At this moment, when the entire civilized country was about to break out of its frozen state, the surrounding endless will began to condense. It transformed into a huge head, appearing in front of Luo Fan. This was the head of the World Emperor. Luo Fan looked at the light around him, feeling the same comfortable feeling as when he was in the strange space-time. In his heart, he had a new understanding of the characteristics of the light. Originally, without the protection of the light, if his will returned to the normal space-time, it would definitely be like the World Emperor's will. It would not be easy to condense a human figure with flesh and blood. It could only condense a huge, illusory head in the void. However, at this moment, under the protection of the light around him, his will felt extremely comfortable. He did not have to exert any effort at all, and he had already maintained the physical state that he could only maintain when he was in the mysterious space-time. What is this light? After the World Emperor appeared, he did not attack, but directly asked. I also do not know what this light is. However, it comes from my heart, from my life origin. Luo Fan said with a faint smile. When saying this, Luo Fan had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This kind of light did indeed come from his soul, from the origin of his life. However, the most fundamental reason why he could refine this light was because of his realm origin. Previously, when his will was about to be annihilated and he was about to completely fail, a light suddenly flashed in his heart, and he suddenly comprehended a bit of the key to the realm origin. In an instant, with his own worldview as the foundation, he combined his understanding of all the mysteries of the true saint together, and in the end, this inexplicable light was produced. The realm origin and the inexplicable existence are existences of the same level. If the World Emperor can refine this kind of light from the inexplicable existence, he should be able to refine a similar light from the realm origin. I didn't expect that. I almost forgot about my own origin. At this time, Luo Fan was secretly reflecting on himself. Ever since he stepped into this world, the inexplicable existence that could release an inexplicable power that could increase the various abilities of living beings by countless times had rushed towards him at lightning speed. This caused him to unknowingly focus his attention on this inexplicable existence. Unknowingly, he had put aside the realm origin that could truly increase his cultivation realm. He waited until just now. At the last moment when his will was about to be crushed, a light flashed in his heart, and he grasped this key point. Then, he turned all his past understanding of the realm origin into the light, and then refined this light. The World Emperor naturally didn't know that Luo Fan's emotions were fluctuating. When he heard Luo Fan's words, he seemed to be in deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said, "This time I lost. What request do you have?" Hearing this, Luo Fan calmed himself down. He didn't say any nonsense like he was lucky. After all, for existences of their level, a loss was a loss. A win was a win. Even if he lied about being lucky, the World Emperor wouldn't be in a good mood because of this. A win was a win. Even if he lied about being lucky, the World Emperor wouldn't be in a good mood even if he was in a bad mood. If his mood wasn't affected, these words would naturally be even more meaningless. Thus, he directly said, "First, I want to ask you, is it your plan to seize the fate of the new main character of this world?" Hearing this, the World Emperor said indifferently, "Although that divine ability was created by me, it seizes the fate of the main character's race. This is the idea of one of my subordinates." Him? When Luo Fan heard this, he slightly gestured to the human monarch who was frozen in the void. Yes, the World Emperor didn't hide anything. So that's how it is. In that case, Please don't interfere in the battle for the fate of this civilized country. Luo Fan nodded. If seizing the fate of the main character was the World Emperor's idea, then things would probably be a little troublesome. Although the World Emperor asked him to make a request, it didn't mean that he could make any request. For some small requests, the World Emperor naturally wouldn't be stingy with keeping his promise. However, if this request involved the other party's cultivation and big plan, then he obviously wouldn't care about the promise. And obviously, if the one seizing the fate of the main character was the World Emperor, then it meant that this was a big plan for the World Emperor. In this case, if Luo Fan made this request, it would directly make the World Emperor fall out with him. Only if this plan was not the World Emperor, but someone else, this request would be considered a small request. Only then would the World Emperor keep his promise. The World Emperor thought for a while and said, "Okay. However, you can't interfere either." Luo Fan naturally didn't care and said, "Of course." Hearing Luo Fan agree, the World Emperor said, "Since we have already agreed on this, I wonder if you can tell me where you met the Gene Emperor?" At this time, he was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Instead, he asked with an equal attitude. He already had no right to ask this question when he failed. However, he still asked it now, which showed how much he cared about this question. Luo Fan didn't go too far. The reason why he didn't answer before was because he was unhappy with the Gene Emperor's attitude. He didn't want to help the Gene Emperor keep her secret. Now that the Gene Emperor's attitude had softened, he naturally didn't need to be angry anymore. Therefore, he said with a smile, "I don't know much. When I met her, it was in another world." Another world? Hearing this, the Gene Emperor looked anxious and said, "I wonder if you know how to enter another world." "I don't know. I was sent to this world by the Gene Emperor in some way. I really don't know how to leave," Luo Fan said. Hearing this, the World Emperor couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Obviously, what he really cared about was not the Gene Emperor, but how to enter the world that the Gene Emperor entered. If it was before, the World Emperor would have caught Luo Fan and interrogated him, or directly read his memory. However, it was obviously not like before. Just now, Luo Fan had directly shown his powerful strength to the World Emperor. At this time, he could only forcibly swallow the doubts in his heart and said, "Thank you for telling me all this. It's nothing. It's a pity that I can't help you." Luo Fan said with a smile, "I wonder if I can ask one more question. What is the identity of the Gene Emperor? Is he your enemy or friend?" Chapter 1606. Fambi, I didn't expect it to be like this. Luo Fan was both surprised and enlightened. He was surprised because the Realm King was a good friend of the Gene Emperor, but he was enlightened because of the Gene Emperor's identity. Perhaps only someone with such a status in this strange world could easily send him to this world. The Realm King didn't ask Luo Fan where he came from, but he already knew where he was. Luo Fan's heart moved a little, and he already understood that the original territory of this big organization was probably the original territory of the Gene Emperor. As for the powerhouse who controlled this territory now, he should have risen after the Gene Emperor left, or he just came here from somewhere else to occupy this territory. If that was the case, then the situation would make sense. For example, the Realm King was obviously the ruler of this area, and the Gene Emperor was his good friend. The most likely place where the Gene Emperor lived was naturally next to the Realm King's territory, and the territory of the big organization was obviously next to the Realm King's territory. Another example was that the powerhouse must have a very high control over his own territory. When Luo Fan was sent to this world, he appeared in the territory of the big organization, which meant that the Gene Emperor had a very high control over this area, so it was very likely that this was his territory. At this time, the Realm King said, "Let's forget about this matter. If you have time in the future, you can come to my cave residence for a visit. I believe that fellow Taoist should be able to find my abode by now." After hearing this, Luo Fan nodded and said, "I will go there. Goodbye." The Realm King said faintly. After saying that, the huge head shook and disappeared without a trace, completely turning into nothingness. At the same time, the terrifying pressure that shrouded the entire civilized country disappeared in an instant. Everything in the whole civilized country that was originally frozen was restored in an instant. Everything seemed to be the same as before. At this time, the human king's horrified expression finally disappeared. The joy on Gue Shou's face had yet to fully emerge. During the battle between the wills of Emperor Jin and Luo Fan, the terrifying pressure not only solidified everything on the surface, but also the wills of all living beings. His mind and thoughts were frozen. Therefore, at this moment, the many living beings were still frozen in the instant before they were frozen. At this moment, they suddenly recovered. After a while, they noticed that the situation around them had changed. It was only then that he noticed Luo Fan, who was wrapped in some kind of mysterious light in midair. "Greetings, Master." Gue Shou noticed Luo Fan and quickly bowed in salute. At the moment the turtle bowed, everyone in the entire civilized country bowed at the same time. However, compared to the Gue Shou who knew who Luo Fan was, those living beings only followed the Gue Shou and had no idea who they were worshipping. However, no matter what, he had already made a respectful gesture. At this moment, when a human king saw Luo Fan, he couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression on his face. His heart moved. He turned around and flew into the distance. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Seeing this, Luo Fan pointed with his finger. In an instant, an inexplicable force directly pressed down on the human king, directly freezing his entire body. Even his thoughts were completely frozen, causing him to fall into the state where his will was frozen in the blink of an eye. After doing this, Luo Fan then let Gue Shou get up. Gue Shou stood up and came in front of Luo Fan to listen to his teachings. Seeing this, Luo Fan said indifferently, "I've already made an agreement with the expert behind the scenes. He won't interfere in the affairs of this civilized country anymore. Everything will depend on the results of your own battles." Hearing this, Gue Shou couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Master." To Gue Shou, what Luo Fan said was indeed a great thing. There was no other reason other than the immense, that was faintly discernible in the void. The pressure it gave him was simply too strong. Under this kind of pressure, he was constantly worried that his actions would anger the owner of the will. He was constantly worried that the will would suddenly condense and easily take his life. It was precisely because of this that he became so cautious after entering this civilized country and couldn't let go of his hands and feet. Now that he had obtained Luo Fan's promise, he suddenly felt comfortable, as if he had broken free from all barriers and shackles. The carefree feeling he had when he was in other civilized countries in the past returned to him at this moment. "All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Do your best," Luo Fan said indifferently. As he spoke, the light around his body began to gradually fade. During this process, his body also began to gradually collapse. When the light completely disappeared, his body also completely collapsed, directly turning into an invisible will. With a slight tremble, through the mysterious connection between the will and his body, he instantly traversed through time and space and returned to where his body was, disappearing in front of everyone in this civilized country. The moment Luo Fan left, the power that froze the human king instantly disappeared. The human king recovered in the blink of an eye. The method that Luo Fan used to freeze the human king in front of him was the same as the method he and the realm king used to freeze the entire civilized country. Therefore, at this moment, his thoughts were still in the same state as when he was frozen. In other words, in a flash, his figure had already traversed countless light years, directly disappearing from the sight of this civilized country. In that instant, the world kings will condense slightly, and he had already transmitted a thought to the human king. After receiving this will, the human king's face suddenly relaxed. It was just like how Gue Shou was extremely afraid of the realm king. This human king was also extremely afraid of Luo Fan. The reason why he left so decisively was because the pressure that Luo Fan brought him made him feel as if his life could be directly erased in the next moment. And now, after hearing the message from the Realm King's will, he truly knew that Luo Fan would not interfere in their matters. Naturally, he completely relaxed. The thoughts that were previously suppressed by the powerful pressure from Luo Fan resurfaced, and he was unwilling to leave just like that. He directly stopped at a distance that was unknown how many light years away from this civilized country. With a thought, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed at the void. In an instant, an indescribable power descended from the sky, from that inexplicable place, directly turning into a confusing concept in the void. It directly confused space and time, in an extremely strange manner. It directly descended on that civilized country, fiercely pressing down on Gue Shou. The moment this confusing concept descended, Gue Shou already sensed it. With a thought, he instantly spread out the concept of nothingness. All of a sudden, it suddenly turned into a huge palm, instantly grabbing at that confusing concept. This palm was condensed with the strongest concept of nothingness that he could control. This concept of nothingness could turn everything into nothingness, including time and space, the mysteries of true sage, and the great path fragment. And all of this turned into nothingness. Obviously, the only thing that the confusing concept could confuse was obviously nothingness. Therefore, at this moment, this confusing concept directly collided with the palm of the concept of nothingness. In an instant, confusion and nothingness reacted with each other. Another kind of existence was born. Sound at this moment. Rumble. When the two collided, endless loud noises began to spread in all directions, directly causing the whole city to begin to tremble violently. Even many of the originally not very strong buildings in the city began to collapse in this tremor. They began to break, resulting in an astonishing destructive effect. Gue Shou's strength was not much stronger than the Human King's. But, at this moment, the concept of nothingness released by Gue Shou had the upper hand. Under the influence of the concept of nothingness, the confusing concept trembled, gradually collapsed, and gradually was destroyed. In a short while, it completely disappeared. In the end, it only damaged some of the buildings in the city that had been skimped on. The reason for this was very simple. It was because Gue Shou was the creator of all the creatures in this civilized country recognized by heaven and earth. When such an existence was acknowledged as the creator by all living beings, he would naturally receive the blessing of the heavens and the earth. Naturally, he would be able to display extraordinary abilities. Just like now, he, who had the probability of winning, could naturally greatly increase this probability and thus get rid of his opponent more easily. Faced with this situation, the Human King was obviously unwilling to accept it, and it was impossible for him to give up so easily. At this moment, he roared loudly. With a light step, he easily crossed a distance of who knew how many billions of light years and directly arrived in front of Gue Shou. As his body condensed, it was wrapped by a concept of rapid destruction, forming a huge humanoid shadow. He raised his hand and blasted a punch at Gue Shou. This punch was not blasted horizontally. Instead, it blasted down from above. Under the shroud of this punch, space-time, the mysteries of the true sage, the fragments of the great path, and even the city below began to show signs of destruction. Compared to the chaotic concept from before, this destruction concept wasn't much stronger. However, since the Human King was already here, his control over the destruction concept and the power of the destruction concept wasn't something the Human King could compare to before. At this moment, Gue Shou felt a sense of danger that he had not felt for a long time. With a thought, he did not hesitate to slightly turn the palm of the concept of nothingness that he had condensed before. He clenched it into a fist and directly faced the punch of the concept of destruction. Gue Shou had mastered the concept of nothingness the most and had the best control over it. Therefore, as long as he could use the concept of nothingness to deal with an attack, he would instinctively use the concept of nothingness to deal with it. Fortunately, the concept of nothingness was an almost universal response. No matter what kind of attack or concept it was, as long as it was transformed into nothingness, it would naturally not be able to cause any harm. The fist formed by the concept of nothingness directly collided with the fist formed by the concept of destruction. A strong wave burst out at the point of contact. In an instant, a world formed by countless waves was created. Then it was instantly destroyed by the next wave, and the next wave quickly turned into a world of waves. Then, the rippling world was destroyed in the next instant, and so on. The cycle changed in a way that almost exceeded the limits of any living being's ability to react, displaying an inconceivable and shocking scene. If such waves were ignored, they would inevitably cause shocking damage to this civilized country. However, it was obvious that this would not happen. At this moment, the many living beings that Gui Shou had enlightened also took action. At the same time, the living beings formed by the destiny of the nation also took action. All kinds of divine abilities were instantly released by them. In just an instant, they firmly protected the entire civilized country from top to bottom. Although the many terrifying waves did not disappear and were still attacking everything around them, in the end, they did not cause any damage to the entire civilized country. Everything was destroyed. However, they were all limited to the many divine abilities and powers that protected the entire civilized country. The many divine abilities and powers collapsed and were destroyed in an instant, but they were instantly replenished. Just like that, an extremely fast cycle of life and death was formed. In the end, with great difficulty, the destruction of the waves on the civilized country was stopped. It also saved the living beings in the civilized country from the fate of being completely killed by the waves. And in order to achieve this, it had to. At this moment, the thousands of living beings enlightened by Gui Shou, including the kingdom's luck, had poured all their energy into the battle to block the remnant energy that leaked out from the battle between Gui Shou and the human king. Every single one of them had used all their strength. Without this worry, Gui Shou finally completely let go of everything. With a thought, his figure flashed. Wrapped by the concept of nothingness, he forcefully crashed into the human king, who was enveloped by the concept of destruction. As for the collision between the fist formed by the concept of destruction and the fist formed by the concept of nothingness, he no longer cared about it. When the human king saw Gui Shou crash into him, a cold smile appeared on his face. His body shook slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already turned into a six-armed gorilla. It was a six-armed gorilla that was over 100 feet tall, and its entire body seemed to be forged from steel. This was obviously his true body. Facing Gui Shou, the six-armed gorilla did not retreat at all. Instead, it took the initiative to crash into Gui Shou. Crack! A shocking tremor mixed with the terrifying waves spread out as the collision occurred. The terrifying waves instantly caused all the living beings that were protecting the civilized country to spit out blood. It even caused the divine powers and powers that they had used to protect the entire civilized nation to be instantly damaged beyond repair. At this moment, all the concepts of nothingness and concept of destruction were shattered. Countless fragments of the concept scattered everywhere, causing the entire void to become broken like a sieve. At this moment, Gui Shou's body had already collided with the six-armed gorilla without any reservations. The six-armed gorilla's body was over 30 meters tall, and the muscles all over its body seemed to be made of diamond. Compared to Gui Shou, who looked no different from an ordinary person, it was simply too powerful. However, under such circumstances, the result of the collision was unexpected. The one who won was Gui Shou. During the collision, the six-armed gorilla's body caved in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, blood frantically gushed out from its many apertures and pores, and one could even see pieces of internal organs being spat out. How was this possible? The six-armed gorilla screamed in horror. Because Gui Shou won. At this moment, the concepts of nothingness and concept of destruction that were shattered due to the collision naturally rose up and directly shot towards the back of the six-armed gorilla. It looked like a dishwasher that came out of the water and directly sprayed towards the six-armed gorilla. Fortunately, this was the case. Therefore, not many of the concept fragments fell down, and there was not much possibility of them harming the civilized country. Even a small number of concept fragments that fell down and might harm the civilized nation were blocked by the nation's fate and the living beings with great difficulty. Guo naturally didn't need to answer the six-armed gorilla that he was once a turtle. The hardness of his body was even stronger than that of the six-armed gorilla. Now that he had the upper hand, he was unforgiving. He suddenly shrank back. He suddenly retracted his body and slammed into the body of the six-armed gorilla again, causing the body of the six-armed gorilla to emit cracking sounds. The speed at which blood gushed out became even faster. Like this, the six-armed gorilla's body was battered and almost turned into minced meat. As for Guo's actions, there was not the slightest hesitation. His eyes were full of determination. It was a firm resolution to his actions. At this time, seeing Guo's expression and feeling the impact that was enough to shatter his body, the six-armed gorilla finally couldn't bear it anymore. The six-armed gorilla finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared and quickly retreated, disregarding everything else as he madly shot out of the civilized country. He was going to escape without a trace. Guo saw him escape, but he didn't have the thought of letting him go. He chased after him without hesitation and didn't use any other methods. He brutally slammed into the gorilla again and again. The collision caused the six-armed gorilla's body to continuously spurt out blood, flesh, and broken bones, making him look like he was no longer a complete body. Instead, he gradually looked like a pile of minced meat, a pile of blood. They chased and fled like this. Unknowingly, they were already tens of billions of light years away from the civilized country. During this process, the six-armed gorilla's flesh and blood were left in almost every place at this point. The six-armed gorilla's body finally couldn't be seen anymore. Stop! What on earth do you want? Finally, when Guo slammed the six-armed gorilla's body to the point that it almost collapsed, the six-armed gorilla seized the opportunity and roared in anger. Guo didn't care at all. He slammed into the gorilla again, once again pushing the six-armed gorilla into the abyss of destruction. At this time, the six-armed gorilla was extremely sullen and angry. In the previous collisions, he had used all kinds of methods, such as escaping, defending, resisting, counterattacking, and even summoning Mo Ming's power to form all kinds of defensive concepts to resist. However, in the end, Guo could think of corresponding methods to offset his response. He slammed into the gorilla with his own body, directly pushing the gorilla into the abyss. The reason for this was not complicated at all. Guo's strength was at the same level as the six-armed gorilla. Even if there was a gap, it was extremely small. In this way, all the defenses and attacks that the six-armed gorilla could think of, Guo naturally had corresponding methods to offset them. And after all the defenses and attacks were offset, what was left was the most fundamental body. Thus, the current situation appeared. I admit defeat. As long as you stop, I will listen to everything you say. After hundreds of collisions, the six-armed gorilla finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. He couldn't help but shout. If this continued, he would die a violent death. Listen to everything I say? Guo heard this and finally stopped. That's right. As long as you are willing to stop, I will listen to everything you say. At this time, how could the six-armed gorilla still care about his face? He said without hesitation. Hearing this, Guo finally believed that he didn't mishear and said, "If that's the case, open your mind and let me leave a restriction." Leave a restriction? You must be joking. The six-armed gorilla was instantly enraged. In this world, there were indeed all kinds of methods that could restrict other creatures. However, it was usually the strong's control over the weak. With such control, the life and death of that creature would be in the hands of the controller. This situation was simply the biggest insult to the six-armed gorilla who controlled the second level of power in the Realm King's territory. How could he not be angry? In this rage, he roared. The destruction concept that was more powerful than all the destruction concepts he had used before fell from the sky, directly crushing toward Guo. Guo was already prepared. He also produced the nothingness concept and directly blocked the destruction concept. As for himself, without hesitation, he once again charged toward the six-armed gorilla, or in other words, the pile of minced meat. Chapter 16:07. When Guei Shou heard this, he became vigilant and said, "Then what are you waiting for?" As he spoke, he was about to slam into the gorilla again. When the six-armed gorilla saw this, he did not dare to be careless. He quickly shouted, "I will open my soul now." As he spoke, his mind was naturally open, waiting for Guei Shou to put the restriction in it without any concealment. His attitude clearly showed that he had truly given in. After realizing this, how could Guei Shou be polite? With a thought, in an instant, countless powers gushed out of his body and evolved in the void, turning into the concept of nothingness. After a series of strange weaves, they formed tens of thousands of restrictions. They combined and fell into the six-armed gorilla's soul. They directly merged with his soul, causing his soul to be completely wrapped up by the restriction. There was not even a little gap. He was completely controlled by the restriction. The reason why he used this kind of power to transform the concept into a restriction was actually very simple. After all, the six-armed gorilla was a terrifying existence that was more powerful than ordinary desperators. Even Guei Shou and Luo Fan could not be sure what kind of abilities and methods such an existence had. Under such circumstances, in order to restrict the opponent, Guei Shou could only use all of his wind, literature, all of his abilities, all of his methods, all of his inspiration, using his strongest method to restrain his opponent. This was to prevent the opponent from seizing the opportunity to escape. Of course, even so, he could not be sure that these methods could really restrict the opponent, but after all, this was already his best effort. Even if he could not succeed, he could only admit that he was not capable enough, but he would not feel regret or anything like that. The overlapping concept of nothingness directly restricted the six-armed gorilla's soul from top to bottom, making the six-armed gorilla feel an indescribable pressure in his heart. Moreover, this existence that looked similar to him, or even slightly inferior to him, seemed to have become countless times more powerful at this moment. Looking at him, he felt as if he was looking at his natural predator. In that instant, the six-armed gorilla understood that its life was in the hands of the other party. For the six-armed gorilla, this kind of control was nothing. It made him feel an indescribable sense of humiliation. It also made him feel relaxed. Humiliation. That was because he, who had always been high and mighty and even viewed all living beings who were inferior to him as ants, actually had his life and death in the hands of an existence who was almost at the same level as him. And relax. It was much simpler. It was because he had already been restricted by his opponent. In this way, the person in front of him would naturally not attack him, and would not be as unreasonable as before, who would continuously collide with him, crush him, and gradually turn him into minced meat. After completely restraining the six-armed gorilla, he sensed that its life force could be destroyed at any time, and he was more or less relieved. Of course, it was only a rough estimate. He was still vigilant in his heart. Although he had restricted his opponent for such a powerful existence, he would not be surprised if there were any unknown methods that could resist this kind of restriction or even perish together with him. Under such circumstances, how could he be completely at ease? "Now, can you let me go?" the six-armed gorilla shouted. "From now on, you must call me Lord," Guei Shou said faintly. Normally, the person who was restricted should call the person who released the restriction master. However, the difference in strength between the six-armed gorilla and Guei Shou was not big. If he forced it too far, it would directly fight to the death, and the threat to him would be too great. Therefore, he could only get rid of the title of Lord, and let it call him Lord. Master was how a slave addressed his master. On the other hand, Lord was how a servant addressed the master. The two seemed to only differ by one word, but in fact, their statuses were worlds apart. No matter what, the six-armed gorilla had been pretending to be the king of humans in this human kingdom for a long time. Naturally, he was very clear about the difference in terms of address. When he heard Gue Sho asking him to call him Lord, an inexplicable sense of gratitude welled up in his heart. Humph. Of course, it did not show its gratitude on its face, and it only snorted coldly. Gue Sho did not take it too far. From its behavior, it knew that it had already agreed, and it did not pursue the matter of the other party not addressing it as Lord on the spot. At that moment, it turned around with the six-armed gorilla, lifted its feet, and took a light step forward. Their figures constantly traversed through time and space, and in a short while, they had returned to the civilized kingdom, back to the place where he had disappeared. When it returned, the many creatures that were enlightened by Gue Sho, the creatures formed by the fate of the kingdom, and even the creatures in this civilized kingdom trembled at this moment. Obviously, they all recognized the identity of the six-armed gorilla and knew that it was the existence that had almost destroyed the entire civilized kingdom. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, Gue Sho was right next to them. Just as Gue Sho had almost blind confidence in Luo Fan, these creatures also had almost blind confidence in Gue Sho. This confidence made them feel that as long as Gue Sho was around, no matter how dangerous things were, they would not be in any danger. In other words, no matter how dangerous the six-armed gorilla's original identity was, as long as Gue Sho was by their side, they did not think that it had the ability to destroy them. In particular, when they saw that Gue Sho did not seem to care about it, they were even more certain that the six-armed gorilla was not a threat to them. Gue Sho saw the reactions of the crowd. However, he did not show it on his face, and he only said faintly, "I will open a forum and preach. If you are fated, you can come and listen." These words were directly transmitted to the ears of every living being in this civilized country, making all living beings feel as if he was whispering these words into their ears. After saying this, Gue Sho did not hesitate. With a thought, he raised his hand and gently swiped in the void. In an instant, above normal space-time, a strange existence appeared inexplicably under that inexplicable place. And in this strange existence, a strange island appeared out of thin air. Gue Sho had done this kind of thing tens of thousands of times. This kind of strange existence that was created at this time was naturally perfect. It had almost reached the limit that he could achieve. That perfect and mysterious island. It was a magnificent sight. Everything displayed exactly how profound and perfect the profundities of the Grand Tao that Gue Sho grasped were. After the island was created, Gue Sho led everyone, including the six-armed gorilla, into the island and appeared on the square where he had prepared to preach. Just as they arrived, tens of millions of living beings who had cultivated the mimic divine mystique passed down by the six-armed gorilla appeared on the island and on the platform. These creatures were forcibly selected by the Gue Sho to listen to the Tao. Generally speaking, the Gue Sho didn't force living beings to listen to the Tao. It would usually set up a rule and let those living beings who met the rule choose for themselves. They could either listen to the Tao or give up on the opportunity. The reason why he used a different method to force these living beings to come here and listen to the Tao was rather simple. That was because the theurgy these creatures cultivated was constantly transferring the halo of the new protagonist of this civilized country to the six-armed gorilla. In other words, if these living beings didn't change to cultivate the theurgy that Luo Fan had specially created for them, even if the Gue Sho subdued those living beings and restrained the six-armed gorilla, the benefits to this civilized country wouldn't be as great as imagined. This civilized country was still suffering invisible damage, and the halo of the new protagonist of this world was still being taken away. That was why the Gue Sho had forcibly transferred these living beings here, so that they could come here even if they didn't want to. Most of those living beings wanted to listen to the Gue Sho's Tao preach here. However, with so many people, it was impossible for all living beings to have the same thought. In fact, there were also a large number of living beings who didn't want to come here. For a moment, those living beings were in an uproar. Some were happy and excited, and some were irritated. They felt as though they had been humiliated. After a long while, they gradually discovered the various mysteries around them. Only then did they gradually calm down. After waiting for them to calm down, the Gue show began to preach the mysteries of the true divine theurgy that he had specially asked Luo Fan to bestow upon him. As he spoke, the mysteries of the true divine theurgy began to unfold in front of the living beings like a scroll. For a moment, almost all of the living beings focused their minds on it. In the blink of an eye, those living beings with resentment no longer had any resentment in their hearts. Although these living beings had cultivated the theurgy that the six-armed gorilla had imparted to them, they had never received proper guidance. However, they had never received proper guidance after all. They knew about the divine ability, but didn't know how to use it. Even if they managed to cultivate it, they still didn't know why they were able to cultivate it, the many key points of the divine ability, and the many difficulties. Under such circumstances, after listening to the Gue show's description of the theurgy that was comparable to the theurgy that they had painstakingly cultivated for countless years, they suddenly felt that all the difficulties and weaknesses that they had encountered in cultivating the theurgy in the past were suddenly solved. All the problems he had encountered in his cultivation in the past were constantly being answered during this process. As a result, these cultivators' cultivation realms began to improve without them realizing it. Auras of breakthroughs directly filled the square. So it's like this. When the Gue show finally finished explaining the theurgy, the same thought appeared in all of the living beings' minds. In the process of the Gue show's explanation of the true divine theurgy, these living beings' understanding of the theurgy that they had previously cultivated became deeper and deeper. When the true divine theurgy was completely explained, the living beings' understanding of the theurgy's essence had broken through a certain boundary. They finally understood the essence of the theurgy that they had previously cultivated. For a moment, the hearts of all the living beings were filled with lingering fear and regret. If the six-armed gorilla had appeared in front of them at this time, they might have directly pounced on it and fought it to the death. Immediately afterward, the square was filled with all kinds of strange sounds that were produced by the destruction of the theurgy. Powerful fluctuations of power surged out of the bodies of the living beings and began to wreak havoc on the square. This was the complete destruction of the powerful theurgy that all the living beings had cultivated for an unknown number of years. The fluctuations produced by the complete destruction of the enslavement seed that was condensed from the theurgy. After all, these living beings were all quite powerful. They were probably existences of the quasi-sage realm. With all kinds of powerful fluctuations seeping out of their bodies, the combined effect produced should have been earth-shattering, not to mention the destruction of many worlds. The space-time within a radius of billions of miles was directly stirred up. There was absolutely no problem. However, here on this island, the various terrifying fluctuations ultimately did not break through the square at all. All the fluctuations were limited to the square. Not to mention breaking through, they did not even affect any of the living beings on the square. It felt as if the square and the living beings were in a completely different space-time. No matter what happened between them, it would not affect anyone else. All kinds of fluctuations were born one after another, and they also disappeared one after another. After an unknown amount of time, all the fluctuations disappeared. All the living beings looked as if they had a serious illness. Their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. It was obvious that their vitality was greatly damaged. After that, waves of fluctuations of power once again spread out from the bodies of the living beings. These fluctuations were no longer the fluctuations produced by the destruction of the theurgy. Instead, they were fluctuations produced by the condensation and transformation of power. They were fluctuations produced by the cultivation of the theurgy. It seemed that after the many living beings destroyed the theurgy they cultivated, they began to circulate their power again to cultivate the theurgy taught by Gue Shou. They began to diligently cultivate this theurgy in order to regain the fate Tao that had been stolen by the theurgy and the protagonist halo that had been stolen. There were good and bad aptitudes, strong and weak among these living beings. Some were extremely suitable for the theurgy taught by Gue Shou. They very quickly grasped the theurgy and directly condensed a faintly discernible whirlpool in their bodies. After this whirlpool appeared, in a long river of fate that they could not perceive, a faintly discernible whirlpool naturally appeared in the corresponding Fate Tao world. This whirlpool constantly spun, trying its best to pull in some kind of invisible and intangible existence, trying its best to collect and retrieve the existence that had been taken away from the long river of Fate Tao. At this moment, an indescribable emptiness appeared in the hearts of the living beings that condensed this whirlpool. This emptiness was not the feeling that the whirlpool gave them. Instead, this whirlpool tore apart the fog that originally shrouded them, allowing them to find their true feelings. They found the indescribable emptiness that was originally concealed. For a moment, all the living beings that formed this whirlpool had ugly expressions on their faces, but they also rejoiced. The ugly thing was that this feeling of emptiness had been hidden for so long without them knowing. Fortunately, he had regained this feeling and found a way to deal with this emptiness. As more and more living beings cultivated this theurgy, these faintly discernible whirlpools naturally appeared in the long river of Fate Tao more and more. The pulling force for something that they had lost together was also becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, after an unknown period of time, when all the living beings cultivated this theurgy and condensed the whirlpools in their bodies and the long river of Fate Tao, the attraction force of the whirlpools finally broke through a certain limit. It directly attracted bits of incomparably wonderful halo fragments into the whirlpools, and they were then thrown to an extremely unfamiliar and special location in the Fate Tao world at this moment. The expression of the six-armed gorilla changed drastically, and a look of disbelief appeared in its eyes. How is this possible? How can the luck that was taken away be transferred back? At this time, he had a thought in his mind. At this moment, he was filled with disbelief. It should be noted that the theurgy that he passed on to others to seize Fate Tao was not created by him. It was a theurgy that he had specially requested the Realm Emperor to create. This theurgy, even after studying it for such a long time, he was still completely confused. He could not figure out the principle behind it at all, nor could he figure out the weaknesses and advantages of this theurgy. Not to mention knowing clearly how to break this divine ability and how to reverse the effects of this divine ability. But it was such a theurgy. It was actually in the hands of an existence that looked similar to him. It was so easily deciphered. She even created a theurgy that ordinary living beings could cultivate and reverse the effects of this theurgy. This was a huge blow to him. One could imagine. At this moment, the six-armed gorilla even doubted how much of the feeling that he had of being similar to his master was real, and how much of it was just an illusion. At this moment, Gue Shou only had a faint smile on his face. He turned to look at Gui Yun beside him and found that Gui Yun's face was full of surprise. At the same time, waves of invisible nation fate began to slowly enter his body, causing his essence to become rather slow in the beginning. However, it was extremely stable, as if there was no hindrance in the process. How could Gue Shou not understand such a process? It was clear that this civilized nation was gradually getting rid of the changes of that theurgy. It's finally solved. For a moment, such a thought flashed in his mind. Previously, although he had almost blind faith in Luo Fan, after all, the problem encountered by this civilized nation was something he had never thought about before. Even after receiving Luo Fan's explanation and the support of Luo Fan's theurgy, he still did not understand the situation of this nation. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for him to doubt that the theurgy that Luo Fan imparted could really solve this nation's problem so easily. With such doubts as a foundation, now that he found that the theurgy was working, it was obvious how he felt in his heart. While Gue Shou was preaching to the many creatures, the creatures in the civilized nation that were in line with the rules set by Gue Shou also arrived on this island one after another. However, it was just like what Gue Shou did to the creatures that he enlightened. The creatures that were forcibly transferred here by Gue Shou were completely beyond the vision of these creatures that came later and took the initiative to come here. In their eyes, they did not see the existence of those creatures at all. To these living beings who had come in search of opportunities, they only saw each other. They could not even hear the principles of the theurgy that Gue Shou had preached before. To them, this island was empty, and there were only all kinds of mysterious principles and mysterious down marks on the island. Of course, even these were enough for them to comprehend. It took those creatures tens of thousands of years to send the fragments of the protagonist's halo out. Now, if they wanted to get these halos back, even if the time needed was not as long as before, it could not be done in a short time. At least, it was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 years. Therefore, when Gue Shou saw that many creatures had begun to transfer the fragments of the protagonist's halo back using the theurgy that Luo Fan imparted, he no longer paid attention to them. With a thought, he directly appeared in front of the many cultivators that came here in search of opportunities and began to preach the path of cultivation to them from scratch, just like how he had done countless times in the territory of the big organizations. Chapter 1608. This lecture went on for several years. Several years later, when the living being formed by the country's destiny finally felt that he had finally fused all of the civilized country's destiny into his body, he stopped preaching. After leaving behind the 2 guardian divine beasts, he left the civilized country and headed for the second zone of the other civilized country. However, although the nation's destiny had completely fused with the living being formed by the nation's destiny, it did not mean that the protagonist halo that had been taken away by the many living beings in the civilized nation over the years had completely returned. In fact, at this moment, the protagonist halo that had returned was only a small part of it. The remaining parts were still scattered, and they still came from the 6-armed gorilla's world of luck. This required the cultivators in the civilized nation to work hard to cultivate the divine ability that Luo Fan had imparted to them over a long period of time. Only then would they be able to take it back bit by bit. As for why the nation's destiny could be completely fused with without completely taking back the halo, this involved a cognitive problem. As long as all living beings in this civilized nation understood their roots, they would no longer be affected by the ability that the 6-armed gorilla had spread. That way, the fate of this civilized nation would no longer be affected by anything else. Naturally, it would be able to return to its original extremely pure state and fuse with the living being formed by the nation's destiny. From his point of view, if the protagonist halo of the civilized nation was taken away, it would only affect the amount of nation's destiny that had been fused with it. It was just a matter of strength. However, this was not something that could be ascertained. As more and more living beings appeared in the nation in the future, the protagonist halo that belonged to the civilized nation would be recovered, and the nation's destiny would also become stronger. In the end, what would be reflected back to the living being formed by the nation's destiny would naturally be that its essence would become higher and its strength would become stronger. It was also because he knew this clearly that Gue Shou didn't continue waiting here. Instead, he stopped lecturing after seeing the living being formed by the nation's destiny fuse with all the nation's destiny. Before leaving the civilized nation, Gue Shou also did something else. That was to use his great divine power to instantly change every spot in the entire civilized country. In an instant, all the stone steels in the civilized country that had recorded the divine ability that the 6-armed gorilla had imparted were instantly destroyed. Even other carriers of information, including books, jade slips, and the like, were all changed. In fact, even the memories of those living beings had been altered. In the blink of an eye, the divine ability recorded in the book had been completely changed into the divine ability taught by Luo Fan. In other words, from this day onwards, all traces of that divine ability in this civilized country had disappeared, perhaps. In the memories of many living beings, such a divine ability did exist a long time ago, and it seemed to have almost seized the luck of an entire civilized country. It caused the entire civilized country to fall into the deepest abyss. However, none of them could remember the specific content of this divine art. After doing all this, Gue Sho left with a peace of mind. After accomplishing this, as long as no one else made a move, this civilized country would no longer have the possibility of being overturned. As for someone making a move on the civilized country, it would, of course, depend on the strength of that person. After leaving the civilized country, the six-armed gorilla suddenly said to Gue Sho, "Do you think it's over just like that?" Of course, it's not over. This was just one of the most ordinary countries in this region. There are countless other countries like this in other places. If even this place has a problem, the other countries will certainly not be unscathed. I know this very well. I'm quite clear about it, Gue Sho said indifferently. Hearing this, the six-armed gorilla showed a faint sneer and said, "Since you know, you should understand that this civilized country is a fat piece of meat for others. Before I was here, so others didn't dare to make a move. But now that I'm gone, this place is equivalent to a fat piece of meat without any protection. When the time comes, how many people will rush over? I wonder if you can imagine it?" Speaking up to this point, the six-armed gorilla seemed to be rejoicing in others' misfortune. Although he was now restrained by Gue Sho, and his life was completely in Gue Sho's hands. However, this didn't mean that the six-armed gorilla immediately became Gue Sho's dog. His anger, dissatisfaction, and hatred towards Gue Sho naturally still existed. It was obvious what kind of attitude he had towards Gue Sho's misfortune. "Do you think that I've waited here for so many years just to preach?" Gue Sho smiled faintly at this time. The six-armed gorilla's heart skipped a beat. He had long discovered Gue Sho's strange behavior. Although Gue Sho preached in great detail and talked about countless cultivation principles and mysteries, these contents could be finished in a year at most. If he wanted to speed it up, it could even be finished in dozens of days. However, such contents were actually preached by his lord, Gue Sho, before him, for several years. This had already planted a doubt in his heart, causing him to have all kinds of inexplicable doubts from time to time. This had already planted a seed of doubt in his heart, causing him to have all sorts of indescribable suspicions from time to time. Now that Gue Sho took it out again, this doubt finally became stronger. "Why on earth did you stay in this nation for so long? Can this prevent you from being coveted by others?" The six-armed gorilla said, "Of course not. Those who covet this nation are other creatures. No matter how strong I am, I can't directly change the minds of others. I can't let those who covet this nation no longer covet this nation. I can't let those who covet this nation no longer covet this nation. However, I can make it so that no matter what, it will never be like what you're doing. I can directly change the nature of this entire nation," Gue Sho said with a smile. "How is that possible?" Naturally, the six-armed gorilla didn't believe it. Gue Sho didn't want to explain. Although it was something that could be figured out by just changing one's mind, it was extremely difficult to change one's mind before he explained it. He didn't want to explain to the six-armed gorilla. In fact, the reason why he was so confident was because of the creature formed by the nation's fate. If the nation's fate was on this creature, then, as long as this creature didn't die, the nation's fate of the civilized nation would never disappear. However, the fate of a nation would not disappear, no matter what kind of misfortune the civilized nation encountered. No matter what kind of challenges or disasters they encountered, there would always be a chance of survival in the end. That civilized country would definitely be able to bounce back from the trough and develop again. It might even develop to a point where it was stronger than before. In other words, no matter how many people coveted this civilized country, then, unless they could kill the living being formed by the destiny of the nation next to Gue Sho first, they would directly destroy time and space. That civilized country would definitely be able to escape due to certain factors and obtain a final chance of survival. However, that was enough for Gue Sho. As long as this civilized nation was not destroyed, no matter how great the losses were, it would not matter. It didn't affect him at all. Perhaps this was a little cruel to the living beings in that civilized country. However, it was something that could not be imagined. A civilization needs to develop. In order to grow stronger, one would have to go through countless battles, countless bloody battles, suffering countless injuries, encountering countless dangers, and sacrificing countless lives in order to achieve it. In other words, unless Guay didn't want that civilized country to develop and grow, it was impossible for him to protect that civilized country tightly. Since they would encounter danger no matter what, there would be bloody battles, injuries, and sacrifices, then why should they care about what they would encounter? As long as he could ensure that this civilized country had a final chance of survival, it would eventually be able to obtain benefits and sublimate under all kinds of dangers. Wasn't that enough? This was actually Guay's way of thinking about the many civilized countries. It was also the reason why he left those civilized countries more decisively and let those civilized countries take the initiative to struggle and face difficulties. Obviously, there was no need to tell this to the six-armed gorilla. Seeing that Guay didn't want to explain, the six-armed gorilla couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to ask, but he clearly knew that no matter how he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. He didn't want to ask, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. With such contradictory thoughts, his expression seemed to be a little conflicted. Guay naturally saw the behavior of the six-armed gorilla. Instead, he was interested, but he didn't want to answer the gorilla's question. In this territory that belonged to the Realm Emperor, the density of the civilized countries was sparser than in the territory of the big organizations. However, in contrast, the civilized countries in this area were much stronger than the civilized countries in the territory of the big organizations. When Guay crossed hundreds of millions of miles with the many living beings and came to another country, he found a country that was more powerful than the civilized country he had passed through before. The performance of this civilized country was naturally different from that of the previous civilized country, but it didn't have the signs of many powerful living beings being enslaved in this civilized country. In the entire civilized country, there were only normal civilized countries that only had living beings with innate Taoism aptitude. However, compared to other normal and ordinary civilized countries, this civilized country had a characteristic. The living beings in this civilized country were unimaginably powerful. In contrast, Guay even felt that even the central civilized country with a false saint could not compare to this civilized country in some aspects. In the entire civilized country, there were tens of millions of pseudo-saint level auras. Below them, there were billions of quasi-saint level living beings. Further down, there were Khanate, Zenith Heaven, Primordial Unity, pure yang beings. Almost every time the realm dropped by one level, the number would soar by hundreds of times. Even the lowest level was at the immortal realm. Such a civilized country was at least in the middle level. The power at the bottom was already not inferior to that of the central civilized country. If the false saint that existed in the central civilized country was removed and all living beings except for the false saint were to fight against the enemy, this civilized country might even be able to crush the central civilized country without any other evidence. Guay knew that there was definitely something wrong with the civilized country in front of him. A country that had developed from scratch without any mature guidance. If there was nothing wrong with a country that had no high-level guidance, how could it have developed to this stage in a short period of time? If there was nothing wrong with this place, then wouldn't his long efforts be a joke? Based on this consideration, he was certain that there was definitely something wrong with the country in front of him. There was definitely something wrong with it. With this thought in mind, he summoned the living being formed by the country's destiny and asked, "What's wrong with the destiny of this country?" When the living being formed by the country's destiny stepped into this place, it had already begun to carefully sense the destiny of the civilized country in front of it. At this moment, after hearing Guay's words, an extremely surprised expression appeared on its face. It said, "Generally speaking, there's no problem, but there's something very strange." "What's strange?" Guay could not help but be surprised when he heard its words. He did not have any doubts about the strange things at the end. After all, there was something wrong with this civilized country. He could not be more clear about it. However, he found it a little difficult to understand that there was nothing wrong with the first part. Since there was a problem with the civilized country, the country's destiny should be reflected. How could there be no problem on the whole? There's nothing wrong with the nature of the country's destiny here. It's the destiny of a normal civilized country. It's pure, condensed, clear, and transparent. But the problem is that the country's destiny here is too weak. It's probably only 1% of a normal country's destiny. The living being formed by the country's destiny said. Upon hearing this, Gue Shou's expression changed slightly. 1%. This ratio seemed to have something to do with the current state of the civilized country. The strength of this civilized country is at least 100 times stronger than what it should have originally been. With a thought, Gue Shou had already understood the relationship between this ratio. After understanding this, he had a vague guess in his heart. However, this guess was just a guess without any basis. Whether it was this guess or another reason, he needed to carefully investigate to be sure. Therefore, Gue Shou did not say much and directly put all the living beings apart from the six-armed gorilla into a small world that he had opened up. As for himself, he took the six-armed gorilla and turned into an ordinary person in this country, directly stepping into the civilized country. You should have information about the person behind this civilized country, right? Gue Shou asked the six-armed gorilla. Since there was a problem with the civilized country in the territory of the Realm Emperor, he instinctively thought that there was someone with the same status as the six-armed gorilla controlling everything from behind the scenes. Therefore, he naturally asked this question. I'm not sure about that. The six-armed gorilla gave Gue Shou an answer that was beyond his expectations. Oh, don't you know who's interested in these countries? Gue Shou frowned. Of course I'm not sure. We all want to find our emperor and seek his guidance. That's why we came to these civilized countries to plan all sorts of things. As for who else would be interested in these civilized countries and who's here, we don't know each other, the six-armed gorilla said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Gue Shou thought about it and finally sighed. He gave up on the idea of getting information from the six-armed gorilla in front of him. The six-armed gorilla's words were 60% to 70% true, and the remaining 30% to 40% was naturally false. However, whether it was true or not, at least from a fundamental point of view, what he said was quite reasonable. He didn't know who the person behind this civilized country was, but it made sense. Since he dared to use this reason at this time, it was obvious that he had enough confidence to convince Gue Shou. Whether he knew or not, he still needed to carefully investigate this problem. Entangling with the six-armed gorilla and wasting time was obviously not what Gue Shou wanted. Therefore, he simply didn't bother to ask anymore. The two of them directly stepped into this civilized country. With their strength, it was simple for them to disguise themselves as all the creatures in this civilized country. All the cultivators and all the forces couldn't find them. Immediately, the two of them directly came to a cultivation sect in this civilized country. In this mountain gate, the two of them separately concealed themselves. They came to a certain market of this sect, even if it was a cultivation sect, as long as it was a market. In fact, in essence, it was similar to the secular world. All kinds of noises, all kinds of bargaining methods, and all kinds of hawking filled the market. What kind of information do they usually ask for? Shouldn't we go to the restaurant where gossip gathers? Just like what you did last time. After the six-armed gorilla came here, it said, for us, what difference does it make where we are? As long as we read the memory, we can get any information. Gue Shou smiled faintly. In that case, why do you want to do it here where the atmosphere of the mortal world is so strong? Is it just to make me feel uncomfortable? The six-armed gorilla frowned. There are many people here. Gue Shou smiled faintly. While talking, he had already taken the six-armed gorilla to wander in this market. In this market, there were all kinds of shops, auction houses, and so on. Regardless of whether it was a refining shop, an alchemy shop, or a general store, they sold everything. There were all kinds of shops, even those that were set up on the roadside, and so on. The dazzling scene showed a kind of experience different from Gue Shou's past, which made him feel a burst of novelty. While wandering, Gue Shou occasionally stopped to observe. After a long time, he walked through the entire market. After he walked through this market, he had already seen through the memories of all the living beings in the market. However, after seeing it, not only did his doubts not disappear, they became even more intense. There was no other reason. In the memories of these cultivators, he couldn't find a fundamental reason why this civilized country was unimaginably powerful. In the memories of those cultivators, he could only know that their cultivation inheritance came from various sections. The inheritance of those sects seemed to come from some kind of ancient relic, as if it was the inheritance left behind by some previous civilization who knows how many years ago. However, almost none of the cultivators' cultivation inheritances came from a clear and distinct inheritance. All of these made the original plan to spy on who was controlling everything behind the scenes, what methods were used to improve the strength of this civilized country, and what methods were used to obtain benefits through these inheritances. Guo Shou read these memories. The six-armed gorilla's strength was not weaker than Guo Shou at all, so naturally, he also easily read through the memories of all the cultivators. Similarly, he didn't get any harvest. However, compared to the doubt on Guo Shou's face, after realizing that he didn't get any harvest, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was gloating, as if everything was within his expectations. At this moment, Guo Shou suddenly turned his head and said to the six-armed gorilla, "He actually hit it so well. In this aspect, he did a much better job than you." These words directly made the six-armed gorilla's expression stiffen. Although he was very unhappy with Guo Shou's words, he had to admit that from this point of view, what Guo Shou said was correct. What he did in that civilized country back then, even in an ordinary restaurant in an ordinary small city, he could get news of it. Anyone who paid attention could clearly know that there was something wrong with him. However, in this civilized country in front of him, the person controlling it behind the scenes hid himself so well that none of the cultivators in this market knew of his existence. Putting together all the information they knew, they didn't even know of the existence of such a person. Compared to him, this kind of hiding ability was like heaven and earth at this moment. The six-armed gorilla instinctively wanted to refute. Chapter 1609. Guo Shou didn't care about the performance of the six-armed gorilla. At this moment, with a thought, he walked out of the market and directly went to the place where the sect master was. The sect master was a level 5 pseudo-holy rank existence. At this moment, he was directly cultivating in the cultivation room. His body was filled with fluctuations that shook time and space. Under the effect of his power, the entire cultivation room directly opened up billions of space-times. These space-times were densely arranged in the cultivation room, making the entire cultivation room look like a group of worlds. At this moment, there were no living beings in those countless worlds. What they had were all kinds of strange natural sceneries that evolved the mysteries of cultivation and the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Obviously, these worlds were the places where the sect master evolved his cultivation method and spells. Guo Shou and the six-armed gorilla were billions of times more powerful than the sect leader. When they came here, they naturally saw through the boundless world around the sect leader. They directly cast their eyes on the sect leader's body and even penetrated deep into it. They directly saw through every detail of the sect leader from the inside to the outside, from the essence of the soul to the appearance of the sect leader. Guo Shou's heart moved slightly. In an instant, the deepest memories of the sect master were found by him. This sect master had far more time to cultivate than the ordinary beings in the market. He had experienced many more things than the cultivators in the market. Therefore, his memories were many times more than the cultivators in the market. Guo Shou easily walked through the market and read through the memories of all the cultivators in the market. But here, facing this level 5 pseudo-holy rank sect master, the time it took him was several times longer than reading through the memories of all the cultivators in the market. Only when the sect master was about to finish cultivating that technique did he end the process. He actually hit it so deeply. After going through the memories, Guo Shou couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Although this sect master was not like the cultivators in the market who were unaware of the abnormality of this country, his knowledge was also quite limited. But he only knew this civilized kingdom's dermic formulation was a dermic formulation that damaged one's own virtue. In other words, Any cultivator who cultivated the cultivation method of a civilized country would be able to become a cultivator. There were bound to be 5 drawbacks and 3 deficiencies. That was right. Widowhood, loneliness, and disability are the 5 evils, and lack of money, life, and power are the 3 evils. Just like the sect leader. It was just that there was a unique drawback. Apart from this, he did not know anything else. 5 drawbacks and 3 deficiencies. Generally speaking, this kind of saying would only appear in civilizations with relatively poor cultivation civilizations. Generally speaking, this was a result of one's fate not being able to suppress the growth of one's strength. Normally, as long as such a cultivation civilization could give birth to immortals who could live forever, then these 5 drawbacks and 3 imperfections would naturally disappear. Therefore, although Gue Shou had heard of this saying, he had never seen it with his own eyes. But now, in a powerful cultivation civilization that could even give birth to a 9th-level false sage, this kind of situation had become common sense. Even a pseudo-saint level being couldn't transcend it. How inconceivable was this? It seems that the cultivation method spread in this civilized country has the effect of damaging luck. It may even be that it directly transforms luck into power. Gue Shou's thoughts flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he already had such a guess. If there were only 5 drawbacks and 3 deficiencies, then naturally he could only reach the first conclusion, which was that this cultivation method had the effect of damaging luck. However, if the cultivation civilization in this civilized country was far more prosperous than it should be, this was obviously the second guess that led to the conclusion that Gue Shou had just made. That was, this kind of cultivation method could transform luck into power and then into strength. But why is it so? Why did the person behind the scenes do this? Such a thought flashed through Gue Shou's mind. Immediately afterward, the cultivation method he obtained from the sect leader's memory began to unfold directly in front of Gue Shou's eyes like a scroll. As this picture scroll unfolded, Gue Shou had a clearer feeling about the cultivation method and cultivation system in this civilized country. This kind of cultivation method should be from the same source as the magical power that he encountered in the previous civilized country that seized the civilization's luck. The profundities between the two were almost the same. They were equally obscure, equally complicated, and equally profound. After discovering the characteristics of this method, Gue Shou's eyes lit up slightly. If he had not received Luo Fan's guidance, Gue Shou would definitely be at his wit's end now. He could only return to the central civilized country that was hundreds of millions of light years away through the spiritual connection to ask Luo Fan. However, at this time, after receiving Luo Fan's guidance, his understanding of this magical power had reached an incredible level. Now, at a glance, the mystery behind the method was still obscure, complicated, and still impossible to find. However, after careful study, he could already find some traces on it and could find a small breakthrough point. He was no longer as clueless as before. He didn't know how to study at all and how to thoroughly understand the mystery within, of course. He was not Luo Fan after all, although he had seen some clues and knew how to continue. However, because the content involved in this method was too little and there was no other method to compare it with, it was almost impossible for him to rely on this method, which was not the most mysterious method in this civilized country, to complete the process of this thorough understanding. He studied it a little. After understanding the limitations of this technique, Yang Qi's eyes lit up. Gue Shou did not hesitate to lift his feet and directly left this sect. In the blink of an eye, he went to another sect. Just as he left, the sect leader in the secret cultivation room shook and suddenly opened his eyes. What the hell happened just now? How could there be such a strong warning sign? It seems that if I just moved, even my origin would be erased. As he thought of this, the cold sweat that he had been suppressing for a long time instantly dripped down. He had been enduring this kind of cold sweat for a long time. In fact, almost at the moment when Gue Shou and the 6-armed gorilla stepped into this secret cultivation room, he was already constantly in a cold sweat. There was no other reason. As a level 5 pseudo-saint, His life instinct was so strong. It had already reached a realm beyond the limit. The sense of his life being threatened was even more acute than before. Under this kind of sense, even if he did not feel the specific location of Gui's show and the six-armed gorilla, even if he did not know whether they existed or not, but he could already clearly feel that it was because of these two people, the oppression of the essence of life. It was also because of this oppression of the essence of life. This made the sect leader clearly realize that his life was no longer in his hands at that moment. It was because of this feeling that he did not dare to move at all just now. He did not dare to show the slightest feeling that he had sensed it. I'm a level 5 pseudo-saint. Although I'm not the strongest in this country, I'm still standing at the top of the ladder. Even a level 9 pseudo-saint would not be such a great threat to me. Why would there suddenly be such a great pressure? Thinking of this, the sect leader sweated even more. At that moment, he already had all kinds of plans in his mind. He directly issued a series of orders. The whole sect was like a huge machine that had suddenly been activated, and it began to produce all kinds of inexplicable changes. During these changes, the power of the sect began to shrink and centralize. The markets were closed one after another, and all the cultivators who had nothing to do with the sect were asked to leave the sect. Not long after, the whole sect directly announced that it would seal the mountain for no time. Gui Shou naturally did not know that after he left, the sect leader acted like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. At this time, he had already visited dozens of sects in a row. He had seen all the fundamental cultivation methods of those dozens of sects clearly and remembered them clearly. After feeling that he had enough materials to study, he did not hesitate. He directly took the six-armed gorilla into the small world that he had opened up and took out dozens of methods that could be considered peerless divine skills in this civilized country. With a wave of his hand, all of them appeared in front of him. Every single one of these techniques was extremely complicated, and every single one of them was extremely mysterious. The number of words used was also extremely large. Just like that, dozens of such methods were spread out in front of him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered the world in front of Gui Shou. It almost made the entire world look like it was completely composed of these words, runes, and patterns. Gui Shou quietly looked at these methods, and there were countless dense lights of wisdom flickering in his eyes. At the same time, the cultivation methods of these dozens of methods began to constantly linger in his mind, constantly reorganizing and constantly changing. The true nature of these cultivation methods that were hidden under layers of concealment began to gradually emerge, and it became more and more clear. They all have the same source. As his understanding deepened, Gui Shou gradually had such a thought. Along with this thought, he discovered that there were more and more similarities among the dozens of methods. Of course, this similarity did not mean that some of the words in the methods were exactly the same. Instead, the essence and the root of the methods were the same. Could it be that they're also transformed from true divine God powers? Such a thought flashed in his mind. This kind of thought was not surprising. Any true divine God powers could produce billions of trillions of changes. And if these changes were transformed, each change could be transformed into a cultivation method. Moreover, these transformed methods were extremely exquisite, directly leading to the final false divine level, in other words. A true divine God powers was already enough to derive all the cultivation methods that were currently circulating in the entire civilized country, and it was more than enough. It was also because he understood this that Gui Shou had such a guess. As soon as such a guess appeared, it began to linger, and he could not help but begin to study in this direction. He began to work hard to unify these cultivation methods in order to deduce that true divine God powers. The result of such a deduction was remarkable. It allowed him to obtain a seemingly right but actually wrong one, and the degree of exquisiteness was many times more exquisite than the dozens of cultivation methods combined. It was extremely broken. It was even less than a 10,000th of the original divine God powers. Although this divine God powers were broken, Its profundity was already enough to shock anyone. As soon as it appeared, it had already produced some kind of indescribable aura, directly penetrating Gue Shou's entire mind. It directly made him feel that his body and mind had inexplicable changes. Obviously, only a true divine god powers. Only then could it have such an effect. It's really a true divine god powers. Unfortunately, my understanding of true divine god powers is still too shallow. It's impossible for me to really deduce the true appearance of this true divine god powers. Gue Shou was excited. He felt helpless again. The reason for his excitement was very simple. It was because he knew the source of these many techniques. As for his helplessness, it was naturally because it was impossible for him to deduce this true divine god powers through such means, let alone set up a counter based on this true divine god powers. There was no other reason. It was just like a tree could have countless branches, but no matter what kind of branches they were, no matter what shape they were, it was impossible to deduce the specific state and appearance of the roots under the ground from the various manifestations of the branches between excitement and helplessness. Gue Shou could only make a decision that he was not willing to make. That was to directly ask his master, Luo Fan, for advice like the last time. After making the decision, he had a thought and closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his mind arrived at the central civilized country that was billions of light years away through some mysterious channel. Through the transfer of the power of the false sage, he directly arrived at Luo Fan's palace. When Gue Shou appeared, Luo Fan did not wait for him to greet him, but directly asked faintly, "What problem have you encountered this time?" Compared to before, at this moment, Luo Fan's entire body was surrounded by some kind of extremely strong spiritual light. As this spiritual light was slightly inhaling and exhaling, it was as if the entire world was subtly changing, as if the world was inhaling and exhaling along with his inhaling and exhaling. Under the illumination of this spiritual light, all the mysteries of the true divine in the entire palace, all the fragments of the great Tao, and even all the time, space, and any other forces seem to have surrendered to this spiritual light, changing according to the subtle changes of this spiritual light. Gue Shou looked at this spiritual light, and his heart surged with an indescribable envy and reverence. This kind of spiritual light was an existence of a higher level than the concept. He could even imagine that if the concept of nothingness that he had mastered faced this spiritual light, it would definitely be no tougher than tofu. With just a slight pressure from the spiritual light, it would be enough to completely destroy the concept of nothingness. Although it had been several years since he last saw this spiritual light, Gue Shou still had an extremely deep impression of this spiritual light. Every detail of the spiritual light was still vivid in his mind at this time. It was as if he was still looking at this spiritual light the last time he saw it. This was obviously not a matter of his strong memory. In fact, this was the characteristic of the spiritual light itself. It had to be known that the source of the spiritual light that Luo Fan condensed was the origin of the realm. The characteristic of the origin of the realm was that once seen, it would be seen forever. As long as one saw it once, it would be impossible to forget it no matter what. Therefore, it was very obvious that the spiritual light that was born from the source of the realm naturally had this effect of being able to be seen once seen and obtained once seen forever. However, this was common sense for Luo Fan, but it was not the case for Gue Shou. At this time, Gue Shou only felt that it was unbelievable and only felt the mystery of the spiritual light. Under this spiritual light, Gue Shou's emotions gradually calmed down. Then, he told Luo Fan the problems that he had encountered in a calm tone. After listening to this, Luo Fan showed a look of curiosity. He said, "Let me have a look at that cultivation method." "Yes," Gue Shou replied respectfully. Then, with a thought, he had already turned the dozens of cultivation methods into spiritual light and sent it directly to Luo Fan. Luo Fan took the spiritual light. With a thought, all the cultivation methods hidden in the spiritual light instantly flowed through his heart, and he could see them clearly in an instant. Compared to Gue Shou, Luo Fan's understanding of the divine sense was more than 10,000 times stronger than his. Gui Shou needed to spend a lot of effort to study and verify the conclusion that he had just reached, but he could see it clearly with just a glance. In an instant, he confirmed these dozens of cultivation methods. Fundamentally, it was a divine sense from a divine sense. In fact, he could vaguely see the outline of the true divine mystique with just a glance. For Luo Fan, who could create the divine sense, he could infer the characteristics of the divine sense through the performance of the various cultivation methods that evolved from the divine sense. But it was not difficult. After all, this was not as difficult as creating a true divine theurgy from scratch after having the outline. If he wanted to enrich the outline and truly complete the divine sense, he could only complete it through the accumulation of quantity. Luo Fan carefully tasted the dozens of cultivation methods. He carefully comprehended the principles revealed in these cultivation methods. Very soon, he extracted all the mysteries that belonged to the divine sense and put them into the outline of the divine sense. Just like that, after an hour, all the mysteries that could be extracted from the dozens of cultivation methods that could complement the true divine theurgy had been extracted and integrated into the outline of the true divine theurgy. By this time, when the dozens of cultivation techniques had been used up, this true divine mystique was only 70% complete. Compared to a complete true divine sacred ability, it was still a far cry. However, compared to Gui Shou, who had used dozens of cultivation methods to complete less than 1/10,000th of the divine sense, it was already tens of thousands of times stronger. At this point, Luo Fan still did not let go. After all, he was not Gui Shou. His understanding of the true divine mystique allowed him to easily grasp the principle and essence of the true divine mystique through the state of 70% true divine mystique. Grasping all of this, he already had the possibility of completing this true divine theurgy. With a thought, countless words, runes, and patterns emerged in Luo Fan's mind. They began to move rapidly, change rapidly, decompose rapidly, and refine rapidly. In the end, they turned into obscure and mysterious words that were embedded in the incomplete divine sense, causing the divine sense to continuously transform in the direction of completion. In less than an hour, a complete divine sense had already completely appeared in Luo Fan's mind. Looking at this divine sense, Luo Fan was secretly satisfied. Although this true divine theurgy was not exactly the same as the true divine theurgy that had been derived from countless cultivation methods, there was not much difference in essence. Whether it was its function, ability, or anything else, it would definitely be able to completely replicate that divine sense. After roughly verifying it, Luo Fan opened his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed, saying, "This is the divine sense. It may not be completely the same, but the essence is absolutely the same." As he spoke, a spiritual light condensed from this bit of information rushed directly towards Gui Shou. Gui Shou was secretly shocked when he saw this. It had only been less than an hour. At this moment, he did not dare to delay and quickly took the spiritual light. After thanking Luo Fan, he began to read the information contained in this bit of spiritual light. In an instant, the divine sense contained in this information began to unfold in his eyes. When he saw this divine sense, Gui Shou's expression became both shocked and ugly. He was shocked because of the exquisiteness of this divine sense. On the other hand, his expression was ugly because the intention of this divine sense was too vicious. This divine sense had countless abilities and innumerable powers, but the most fundamental point was nothing else. It was to directly transform the nation's fate into power and transform it into cultivation experience. Chapter 16:10. Fawn color equals red. Squinting eyes face. B. With this consumption, the luck of the entire civilized country would get worse and worse. In the end, it might even completely lose the protagonist's halo, causing the civilized country to degenerate into an ordinary race and an ordinary country in this world. After seeing the hidden effect of this true divine mystique, Gui Shou's expression became extremely ugly. In fact, the effect of this mystique that consumed luck was not much different from the mystique that took away the protagonist's halo from the six-armed gorilla. At least, there was not much difference in essence. The reason why Gui Shou said that this mystique was vicious was very simple. It was because he could not see any benefit for the person behind this mystique. It was as if this mystique was purely to consume the luck of this civilized country, to degenerate this civilized country from its original position as the protagonist of this world to an ordinary race and an ordinary civilized country in this world. This kind of intention to harm others without benefiting oneself was truly vicious. Otherwise, it would be like the six-armed gorilla. Although it also damaged the luck of the entire civilized country, it was ultimately for the sake of itself. This was just like how ferocious beasts hunted for survival and ordinary people hunted for fun. Hunting for survival was understandable, but hunting for fun was worse than a beast. After carefully examining the effect of this mystique, Gui Shou still could not find any benefits for the person behind this. He had to ask, "May I ask, Master? What benefit can the person behind this gain from this?" Luo Fan shook his head faintly and said, "I don't know. But come to think of it, the benefits shouldn't be from this mystique. Perhaps it's from another direction." Hearing this, Gui Shou's face showed a thoughtful expression. This was indeed the case. It was very obvious that this mystique could bring benefits to the person behind this. But this did not mean that this was the only way to obtain benefits. Apart from this method, there were countless ways to obtain benefits from this mystique. He did not think of it before, but his attention had always been attracted by this true divine mystique. After understanding this, he bowed to Luo Fan. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. It's quite troublesome to deal with the remnants of this divine ability, so you have to be careful. Once it's left behind, it can come back at any time, causing this divine ability to return the kingdom to its current state," Luo Fan said calmly. "Please guide me, Master," the Gui Shou hurriedly said. This was before Luo Fan mentioned it. He had never thought of that. After all, this god power was a true divine god power. Even the countless mysterious cultivation techniques that were developed from this true divine god power also had some characteristics of this true divine god power. This characteristic caused these techniques to undergo changes that far surpass their original forms. In fact, it might even be like a living creature evolving and changing naturally. In the end, it might even be able to evolve even more techniques. In that case, if anything was left behind, the entire civilized nation might once again fall into such an unmanageable situation. Luo Fan said calmly, "If I need to deal with a true divine mystique, then I can only deal with a true divine mystique." As he said that, he raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, there was a spiritual light emitted from his hand and instantly shot towards the Gui Shou. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the Gui Shou's mind. The words, runes, and images contained in it were completely displayed at this moment. It was deduced by Luo Fan based on the effect of the true divine mystique during the process of deducing the true divine mystique. It was a true divine mystique that could completely deal with this true divine mystique. Looking at this simple true divine mystique, the Gui Shou's admiration for Luo Fan in his heart became even stronger. Even though he had just seen such a mysterious true divine mystique, he could feel that it contained endless mysteries. In fact, with just a slight thought, he could already sense that the true divine mystique could derive countless mysterious techniques. And each of these mysterious techniques was no worse than the true divine mystique that he had obtained in the civilized nation. In fact, in terms of the mysteries of the changes, they were even better. According to the previous analysis of these techniques, he found that after cultivating these techniques, although the speed of progress was not considered fast, they had the effect of suppressing luck. This kind of suppressing luck was stronger when one's luck was worse. In other words, when one's luck was weaker, the speed of cultivation of this kind of cultivation technique would be slower. Only when one's luck had been raised to the level that it should have which was when the luck world was no longer damaged. Would the speed of cultivation of these cultivation techniques return to normal? Not only would such a method be able to replace the many cultivation methods that were being spread in the civilized country in the future, but it could even directly change the state of the entire civilized country's cultivation world if it were to be spread right now. This was the best true divine mystique for the current situation of the civilized nation. Looking at this true divine mystique and feeling the countless cultivation techniques that could be extended from it, Guai Shou finally felt relieved. Now, he already had an idea to change the current situation of the civilized nation. At this time, he was already a little impatient. With an idea in mind, he hurriedly said goodbye to Luo Fan. Then, he directly scattered his body that was condensed by the power of the false sage and disappeared from the palace, returning to the small world that he had opened up in the civilized nation. After Guai Shou left, Luo Fan did not fall back into cultivation like before. Instead, he was thinking carefully. He was thinking about nothing else but the two true divine mystiques that he had obtained this time and the last time. When he first obtained the true divine mystique from Guai Shou, he did not think too much about it. But now, the second time he obtained the true divine mystique from Guai Shou, he had an inexplicable feeling. The owner of these two true divine mystiques definitely did not seem to be a native creature of this world. That's the territory of the Realm Emperor. The one who created these two true divine mystiques must be the Realm Emperor. In that case, the Realm Emperor might be a creature from the Earth universe. This thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind. At this moment, all kinds of experiences after meeting the Realm Emperor kept flashing through his mind. All kinds of doubts appeared in the blink of an eye, and he suddenly came to a realization. So, his performance back then was already so obvious. Cave abode. Maybe I should find a chance to go to the Realm Emperor's place. Luo Fan thought. Since he had already thought of it, Luo Fan naturally did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, a bit of spiritual light separated from his body and began to condense quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had already condensed a Luo Fan with great difficulty. This was his spirit light doppelganger. The spiritual light around his body was something he had comprehended from the origin of the realm. It was a kind of spiritual light that could be obtained forever. The characteristics of this spiritual light itself were mysterious and abnormal. It was even more powerful and omnipotent than the concept extracted from the inexplicable power. It could be said that this spiritual light alone could already crush most of the creatures in this world, even the Realm Emperor himself, if he did not fight with the spiritual light he extracted from the inexplicable power. This spiritual light could easily crush him. Therefore, it could be said that although this spiritual light clone was just a clone, its strength was not much weaker than the Realm Emperor's main body. Using this kind of spiritual light to travel between heaven and earth, there was really no danger at all. After this spiritual light clone was formed, it directly leaped up and directly turned into a ray of light, rushing out of the palace, rushing out of this world. In an instant, this spiritual light had already rushed out of the range of this civilized country. At this moment, the creatures guarding around this civilized country reacted at the same time. "Want to run?" The many creatures roared in unison. Amidst this roar, each of them blasted all kinds of concepts toward the ray of spiritual light from all directions. Although this spiritual light had only turned into a ray of light, it contained Luo Fan's will and a part of his mind. After all, therefore, this spiritual light was naturally different from ordinary light. Perhaps this difference was extremely insignificant in the eyes of ordinary creatures, completely undetectable. However, for the creatures guarding around this civilized country, each of them was a powerful existence on the same level as Guai Shou. This difference couldn't be more obvious. In particular, these living beings were constantly paying attention to everything that came out of that civilized nation. This was especially so when these living beings were constantly paying attention to everything that came out of that civilized nation. Due to these various reasons, this situation occurred. At this moment, The many creatures discovered the special nature of this spiritual light and launched attacks at it at the same time. The combined effect of these concept attacks was truly earth-shattering. They almost directly transformed the space and time within a range of who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers into a terrifying, chaotic state. It had the effect of destroying and wiping out everything. Under normal circumstances, even if Guei Shou came here, he would only be able to cover his head and flee like a rat. He wouldn't be able to break through the defenses and complete his original goal. However, at this moment, these concepts weren't targeting Guei Shou, but this spiritual light. A spiritual light that Luo Fan had refined into an avatar. When the countless concepts began to produce astonishing destruction, the spiritual light formed by Luo Fan's avatar trembled slightly and directly turned into a figure in the void. It turned into a figure that was identical to Luo Fan. After this figure appeared, he didn't even stop. He just raised his hand and gently waved it. Wisps of spiritual light shot out from his hand and instantly swept through the countless concepts. In an instant, under the collapse of the spiritual light, the countless concepts collapsed in an instant. All of the concepts, including all the chaos caused by the concepts, disappeared in an instant. This world, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to how it was before these concepts appeared. At this moment, Luo Fan casually waved his hand, and the spiritual light he had just released returned to his hand. They returned to his body. Immediately afterward, he turned into a spiritual light and rushed forward again, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. During this entire process, none of the beings that were scared silly by the previous scene dared to attack again. They were all as docile as rabbits. Only after Luo Fan's spiritual light avatar disappeared from their range of perception did the atmosphere slightly relax. After a long while, one of the beings sighed and said, "I plan to leave." "What do you all plan to do?" "I'm also planning to leave," another being said. Immediately afterward, more beings said that they planned to leave. In fact, there were even some living beings that turned around and left without even bidding farewell to him. "Hey, you can't just leave like this. We've guarded this place for so many years. Are we just going to give up halfway?" A 9-headed, 13-armed being yelled. "Of course, I'm just glad now. Glad that we were able to guard this place for so many years," another creature replied. "That's right, I'm glad too. Why were we erased by that person after so many years? Do you know how worried I was that he would erase that light just now?" Another creature said. These words seemed to make the many living beings recall the experience that was terrifying enough to give them nightmares. The scene fell silent for a moment, and none of the living beings had the urge to speak. At this moment, the 9-headed, 13-armed being's expression was also filled with terror. It only spoke up to stop the other beings from leaving at this moment, because it was unwilling to give up. In reality, the fear it felt earlier wasn't any less than the other beings. Because he was closer, he could feel it even more. At this moment, it recalled the light that Luo Fan's spiritual light avatar had erased, and its heart was still filled with terror. In the end, it couldn't say anything that it originally planned to provoke the other beings. Amidst this silence, more and more beings directly turned to leave. In the end, the 9-headed, 13-armed being also unwillingly left this place that it had guarded for so many years. Luo Fan naturally sensed the departure of these beings. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about them. He didn't care if they were guarding here. Whether they were guarding this place or leaving this place, they no longer held any place in his heart. So, at this moment, he only swept a glance over them and no longer paid them any attention. At this moment, he was more focused on his spiritual light avatar. His spirit light avatar was extremely fast, and the distance of billions of light years could be crossed in a flash. Although it had only been a few breaths of time since his spiritual light avatar had set off, his spiritual light avatar had already rushed out of the territory of that big organization and directly passed through the strange river that had blocked Guei Shou and the others. In a few breaths of time, Luo Fan's spiritual light avatar had already traversed a distance of billions of light years and arrived at an extremely mysterious place. This was a mountain peak that was suspended in the air. This mountain peak was suspended high in the void, millions of kilometers above the ground. On this mountain peak, every grain of sand, every blade of grass, and every drop of morning dew was a world. The entire floating mountain peak seemed to be constructed by billions of worlds piled up together. This mountain peak could be said to be the epitome of the saying, "one flower, one world." It was precisely because of the existence of these worlds that although this mountain peak was exposed to the outside world, almost no living being could sense its existence. For many living beings, when they spread their senses to this place, they would only sense the existence of countless vast spaces. They would not know that this was originally a floating island. However, this was obviously not a problem for an existence at Luo Fan's level. Although he did not hear the Realm King mention where his cave abode was, Luo Fan had already sensed this place and discovered its location. He knew that this was the location of the Realm King's cave abode. It's indeed worthy of its name. Looking at the floating mountain peak, Luo Fan could not help but think of this. It was really appropriate for the Realm King to live on this mountain peak that was piled up by countless worlds. He immediately set foot on the mountain peak with a thought, and his figure had already set foot on the mountain peak. The moment he set foot on the mountain peak, a joyful voice entered his ears. "I've been waiting for you for several years." This voice was the voice of the Realm King. When Luo Fan heard this voice, he could not help but smile. "It's really impolite of me to arrive here a few years late." While speaking, the surrounding world began to change, forming a road. Then, a figure appeared in front of this road. This figure was extremely strange. It was also condensed from spiritual light. However, compared to the unforgettable spiritual light on Luo Fan's spiritual light clone, the spiritual light on this person's body had almost the opposite characteristic. It was enough to make anyone completely forget its existence the moment they moved their eyes away from him. Completely forget the existence of this spiritual light. Obviously, although the two kinds of spiritual light were not superior in nature, they were completely different sources of spiritual light. Luo Fan's spiritual light came from the origin of the realm, but the spiritual light of this person in front of him came from the inexplicable place that could only be sensed in this world. This figure condensed from spiritual light. Obviously, it was the Realm King. However, at this time, the Realm King seemed more peaceful and relaxed than before. After the two people greeted each other, the Realm King's spiritual light clone brought Luo Fan's spiritual light clone up along the road, towards the place where the Realm King's main body lived. Then they went. Along the way, the Realm King's spiritual light clone pointed out and shared with Luo Fan the various wonders of this floating mountain peak. For example, what kind of wonders were there in this world? For example, how many worlds were used to form this flower? How much effort did he spend to build this flower? And so on and so forth. Luo Fan listened very carefully during this process. Although what the Realm King said was just a trivial matter, it was not worth mentioning. However, through all kinds of narration, Luo Fan understood a lot of the Realm King's cultivation attitude, and also understood many of the mysteries of the Realm King's cultivation. And all of this, for Luo Fan, seemed to have a lot of inspiration, so that he could often obtain the truth that he could not obtain by cultivating alone. With such a harvest, he naturally would not feel impatient about these things. This mountain peak was not too high. Even though they chatted while walking, Luo Fan and the Realm King's clone soon arrived at the top of the mountain, where the Realm King's main body was. Compared to Luo Fan, who directly used the palace as his cave abode, the Realm King clearly had more meticulous arrangements for his cave abode. At this time, there were no buildings at the top of this mountain peak. What was there was a gray haze, a strange existence that felt almost like a state of chaos. These grayish existences were constantly surging on the mountain peak, looking like a large mass of rolling cotton. Within it, time, space, matter, energy, and everything else was in a state of absolute chaos and absolute perfection. Around this inexplicable existence, time and space were faintly fixed by some kind of spiritual light. It was also because of the existence of this spiritual light that the gray existence that could devour and destroy everything did not spread endlessly. It did not stop endlessly devouring more and more space-time and various things around it, turning them into the same gray existence and becoming a part of it. Such a method of proving one's Tao is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. Seeing this strange existence, Luo Fan could not help but praise. This gray existence in front of him was extremely close to the chaotic state. The Realm King's main body was clearly using this gray existence's characteristics that were close to the chaotic state to refine his own body, so that his body could continuously improve and finally completely adapt to the chaotic state, so that he could naturally achieve a breakthrough and prove his Tao and become a true sage. Although the idea is good, it is a pity that the results so far are insignificant. The Realm King's spiritual light clone sighed. However, he didn't ask Luo Fan what kind of stupid question he was guessing. If he couldn't guess the purpose of this existence in front of him, then Luo Fan wouldn't be qualified to call him a fellow Taoist. After all, it is difficult to become a true sage. Being able to make progress means that you are walking on the right path. Luo Fan sighed. Chapter 16:11. Fan, hearing the World King's words, Luo Fan smiled, but his heart was filled with sorrow. For the sake of the hope of becoming a true saint, even he had suffered countless hardships. Even now, he was still suffering bitterly. For the sake of hope, the World King in front of him had suffered in this inexplicable state that was similar to the state of chaos for billions of years. This made him vaguely see his own shadow in the World King. However, he was extremely doubtful about whether the World King could use this method to become a true saint. There was no other reason. This strange state that was similar to the state of chaos, no matter how close it was to the state of chaos, it could not truly become the state of chaos. In other words, no matter what level this kind of tempering reached, no matter what aspect was completed, the effect would definitely be much worse than the tempering of the true state of chaos. In other words, after the final tempering, the World King himself would definitely be extremely far away from becoming a true saint. There was only one way to change this situation, and that was to build a true state of chaos. Only by raising the surrounding inexplicable state to the level of the state of chaos could he break through the gap and finally become a true saint. However, it was obvious that to build the surrounding inexplicable state into a true state of chaos, only a true saint could do it. This formed an endless loop that could not be reversed and cannot be broken. There was such an endless loop. It was enough to show that if he wanted to use this method to achieve a breakthrough and become a true saint, that was obviously an extravagant hope. However, he could not say such words. Perhaps this was the truth. He could see it clearly. The World King was obviously not a fool, so he must have seen it clearly. But even so, he still did it. The reason was already very obvious. He must have other ideas, or in other words, this was already his last hope. Even if he knew that there was a major hidden danger, a fatal oversight, he still had to grasp it. Therefore, at this time, Luo Fan did not show any expression on his face. He only smiled slightly and nodded, expressing his admiration for the World King. Just as the two of them were conversing, a path extended out from the gray, tumbling, and inexplicable state ahead. Although the area at the top of the mountain that was covered by the dusky mist wasn't big, it was still quite large. However, because of the special characteristics of this gray state, that was why this path, which was clearly opened up from within, was incomparably long. It felt as if it was 1,000,000,000,000 miles, or even 1,000,000,000,000 light years. Even Luo Fan needed to use his ability to see the end of the road if he wanted to look at it at this moment. Looking at the World Emperor sitting cross-legged in the boundless dusk, fellow Taoist, please. The World Emperor's avatar smiled. As he spoke, he took Luo Fan's spiritual light clone and stepped onto the path. The moment he set foot on that path, Luo Fan felt the special characteristics of this gray state. The chaos of time, space, matter, energy, and everything else was even more intense than he had imagined. In a trance, he even felt as if he was stepping on the true state of chaos, that kind of terrifying and unparalleled power, the kind that seemed to be able to open up billions of worlds bit by bit. The feeling of billions of perfect worlds was extremely strong in his heart. No wonder he has the confidence to continue on this path. Feeling the feeling coming from below, which was almost no different from the state of chaos, Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The similarity between this inexplicable state and the state of chaos was obviously the source of the World Emperor's confidence. The World Emperor looked at the look of admiration on Luo Fan's face and said with a smile, "Although this thing isn't the true state of chaos, it is formed from a connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It already contains a certain characteristic of a true sage, so it's perfect for simulating the state of chaos." When Luo Fan heard this, it was as if countless thunderbolts were ringing in his ears. For a moment, his mind went blank. He had never heard of the term connate, inextinguishable spiritual light from other living beings. In fact, ever since he left the primordial world, even he himself rarely thought of its existence. But at this time, in this world far away from the untainted world, hearing this term from the mouth of the World Emperor, who didn't seem to be born and bred in this world, it was self-evident how strong the shock to his mind was. After the blankness, countless complicated thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Amongst these numerous and disorderly thoughts, there were suspicions towards the identity of the World Emperor, guesses towards the innate indestructible divine light, guesses towards the essence of the heavens and the earth. There were so many of them that he was almost unable to react to them. Fortunately, Luo Fan himself was now comparable to the World Emperor, an existence who was many times stronger than the Desperators. His control over his mind was extremely strong. The time when all kinds of complicated thoughts appeared in his mind quickly passed, and his mind became clear again. Although he was still confused, he was able to face it calmly. "Connate, inextinguishable spiritual light?" he asked lightly. "Fellow Taoist, please don't joke. You clearly have the aura of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Although it is weak, if you hadn't personally touched the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, you wouldn't have been stained by it," the World Emperor said with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Fan was shocked. He had the aura of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At this moment, he thought of the two connate, inextinguishable spiritual lights that he had refined in his real body in the primordial world, which was countless miles away. He was trying hard to refine one of the two connate, inextinguishable spiritual lights into his body. Until now, it had been billions of years, but it seemed that he still hadn't completed it. In addition, he had kept the other connate, inextinguishable spiritual light into his body. He was quietly waiting for it to evolve, waiting for it to turn into a real, primordial spiritual treasure and become an existence whose nature was equal to that of a true sage. But until now, it still hadn't been completed, considering the two connate, inextinguishable spiritual lights. It wouldn't be surprising if he had the aura left behind because he had touched the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. But that was the reason. But he had never felt any aura of spiritual light on his body. In his senses, his body was incomparably pure, and completely untainted by any foreign substances. "I don't understand." Luo Fan shook his head. Hearing this, the Realm Emperor smiled faintly. He said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be suspicious. Although this connate, inextinguishable spiritual light is precious, it's enough for anyone to have one. Any more is meaningless to anyone. So, you don't have to worry that I will covet your connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Moreover, with your strength, you don't have to worry that I will covet it." Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes flashed. What he said was quite correct. At least, for existences at their level, it was correct. The connate, inextinguishable spiritual light had two uses. First, it could make any living creature obtain eternity after refining it. It would not be worn down by thousands of tribulations and even have the ability to survive in the state of chaos for a long time. Although those who had not become true sages could not walk freely in the state of chaos, compared to those in despair, compared to false sages, they were already many times stronger. Second, it could eventually evolve into a chaotic spiritual treasure on the same level as a true sage. Among these two uses, every single one of them was extremely important to any living being. It could almost be said that it was the only hope that a living creature could have when it had no hope of becoming a true sage. It would be eternal and indestructible. However, if there were two uses at the same time, it would obviously be different. The first use was easy to refine, and the hope of obtaining eternity and indestructibility was higher. The second use was that the power of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light would increase to an unimaginable level. However, the second use had a difficulty, and that was refining it was difficult. Moreover, even after refining it, due to the insufficient realm, one would at most obtain the ability to be eternal and indestructible. One would not be able to truly activate the full power of this chaotic spiritual treasure. Therefore, from this point of view, there was no essential difference between these two uses for an existence that had no hope of becoming a true sage. Therefore, it was obvious that obtaining one connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was enough. Obtaining two connate, inextinguishable spiritual lights was just icing on the cake. It was not necessary at all. I see. Luo Fan only sighed faintly. However, he only sighed and did not directly say that he had the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Instead, he directly asked, I know that there are only two uses for the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. I wonder, how did you transform the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light into this chaotic state? Hearing this, the Realm King did not continue to talk about Luo Fan's connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. From Luo Fan's behavior, it was obvious that he was unwilling to talk about that matter anymore. The Realm King was not going to interrogate him. If he continued to ask, it would only make both of them unhappy. What was the point? In any case, from Luo Fan's words, he could tell that he might really have an innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. That was enough. This is indeed one of the two uses. This simulated chaotic state is the magic treasure it transformed into. The Realm King smiled. I see. This is something I never thought about. Luo Fan sighed. As the two spoke, they also kept moving forward. For them, who were countless times more powerful than despair, time and space were like plasticine in their hands that could be kneaded and stretched at will. As a result, in just a few short steps, the two of them had traversed hundreds of millions of miles and arrived before the World Emperor's original body. After arriving, the Realm King's spiritual light clone still did not disappear. Instead, it stood next to his main body and looked at Luo Fan. Apologies, my main body is now at the juncture of synchronizing with this spiritual light and cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up. I can no longer use this opportunity to cultivate, so I can only use my clone to greet you. Hearing this, Luo Fan said in admiration, Only now do I understand your spirit. Just now, I secretly thought that it would be difficult for you to succeed in your cultivation. Now, I take back my words. Hearing this, the Realm King was extremely happy. Thank you for your auspicious words. If other cultivators said that they might succeed, the Realm King would naturally be dismissive, let alone smile at them. Even if he paid any attention to them, it would be an extravagant hope. But Luo Fan was clearly different. Luo Fan's strength was recognized by the Realm King. The distance that Luo Fan had walked on the path of proving his Tao and becoming a sage was also something that he admitted was comparable to him. Under such circumstances, Luo Fan's praise. The weight of this praise was naturally worlds apart from the praise of an ordinary person. Amidst the praise, he felt a kind of joy that came from his own efforts being recognized by his fellow Taoists. He was happy that his path of seeking Tao was recognized by others. And this, in the end, meant that his path of seeking Tao had a greater chance of success. Because of this, the Realm King was so happy at this time. Since you want to cultivate wholeheartedly, why don't we leave this place? Luo Fan looked at the stiff-sitting Realm King's main body and said to the spiritual light clone with a smile. Hearing this, the spiritual light clone hesitated slightly. Then, he nodded and said, "That's fine. You haven't experienced the refinement of the primordial chaos. If you stay here, you might accidentally destroy your clone. That would be too rude." As he spoke, he didn't seem to do anything, but the two of them were already out of the dusky area, standing directly outside the dusky state. Then, in the surroundings, a group of buildings appeared. It looked extremely simple and unadorned. Everywhere they exuded a mysterious aura and contained countless inexplicable principles. Moreover, these buildings were also formed by the condensation of countless worlds. These worlds were all so mysterious, and each of them contained countless complicated and wonderful principles. Luo Fan looked at these buildings and looked at these worlds with a look of admiration on his face. Fellow's Tao is indeed profound and unfathomable. The Realm King sighed. After so many years, this is the only harvest I've had. Of course, what Luo Fan admired was not because he could open up so many worlds in an instant. Instead, it was because these worlds contained endless principles that seemed to point directly to the true divine realm. After all, if Luo Fan wanted to, he could open up hundreds or even hundreds of millions of worlds in an instant with just a thought. However, the principles contained in it were clearly not something that could be easily added to. And obviously, the Realm King also understood what Luo Fan admired, which was why he gave such an answer. In this building, the two sat down as the host and guest. After some small talk, Luo Fan said, "Fellow, you're not a native creature of this world, right?" "Of course. If you're a native creature of this world, how could you cultivate such a connate Taoism body?" The Realm King laughed. Luo Fan didn't expect him to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a while before saying, "That's true, but I wonder which true divine disciple are you?" Hearing this, the Realm King's smile didn't change. He said lightly, "Even if I'm not a native creature of this world, it doesn't mean that I'm a true divine disciple." Hearing this, Luo Fan knew that he'd said the wrong thing. He hurriedly apologized and said, "It's my first impression. Please forgive me." The Realm King shook his head and sighed. "I'm the one who overreacted. Fellow Taoist came from the origin world. From a moment you stepped onto the path of cultivation, you only knew about the various true sages. The true experts that you came into contact with were all disciples of the various true sages. It is normal for you to have such thoughts." Luo Fan was shocked. "For what you said, when you started cultivating, there were no true divine disciples in the main world." Originally, he didn't think much about the Realm King saying that he was not a true divine disciple. After all, there were talented people who were not true divine disciples. For example, he himself was not a true divine disciple. If he could do it, why couldn't others? But from the Realm King's words, it seemed that he didn't know there were true divine disciples when he started cultivating. Then, didn't it mean that when he started cultivating, he was a true divine and didn't have the time to become a true divine? How is that possible? How many years ago was that? Before the Realm King could answer, Luo Fan couldn't help but ask again. Hearing this, the Realm King smiled bitterly and said, "It's embarrassing to talk about it now, but it's the truth. In the main world, the first person to become a true divine was the primeval Lord of Heaven, and I was a cultivator of the same generation as the primeval Lord of Heaven. However, from that time until now, countless years have passed, and I'm still wandering outside the door of a true divine, and they're already plotting against the whole main world." Luo Fan was shocked. In the Earth universe, according to what Luo Fan knew, there had always been 7 great saints in the endless years. It was unknown how many trillions of trillions of trillions of years had passed. The power of these 7 sages covered the whole Earth universe. Their disciples, the disciples of those sages, had set off many wonderful events in the Earth universe. However, the Realm King in front of him actually said that when he started cultivating, the primeval Lord of Heaven hadn't become a sage yet. This, to him, was like an ordinary person with a lifespan of less than 100 years suddenly knowing that there was someone who could be immortal and could survive for endless years. Even if the world was destroyed, he would not die, it seems. I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth when I call you fellow Taoist. In the end, Luo Fan could only spit out these words. If what the Realm King said was true, then he was a real living fossil. And for him, even if he multiplied his cultivation time by billions of trillions of years, he still wouldn't be able to match up to him. Even if he multiplied it by a trillion times, he still might not be able to match up to him. If it weren't for the fact that I know that the key to becoming a saint is my outlook on the world, I would probably break down right now, thought Luo Fan. A cultivator, after cultivating for such a long period of time. However, he was still lingering in front of the true divine door and was still unable to become a sage. How difficult was it to become a sage? If he was just a cultivator born and raised on earth, an ordinary cultivator from the great Tianyuan world who had never witnessed someone attaining the Tao and becoming a sage, he would definitely be in complete despair at this moment. He might even have completely collapsed. The World Emperor quietly watched the changes in Luo Fan's expression. When he heard what Luo Fan said, a strange light flashed in his eyes. If I didn't know that Dao Friend had the ambition to become a sage, I would have thought that Dao Friend had already given up on becoming a true sage. When Luo Fan heard this, he knew that he was surprised that he could remain so calm. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist intentions are quite sinister." "What do you mean, sinister? If I can't even bear this little blow, how can I talk about becoming a true divine? I and the primeval Lord of Heaven are cultivators of the same generation, and I have met him several times. Do you know what the greatest impression he gave me?" The World Emperor laughed. When Luo Fan heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. True divine, although it might not be the highest peak of cultivation. However, at least it was already standing at a relatively peak level. Since he stepped into the path of cultivation, it had been trillions of years. He had already come into contact with many things that were related to true divine. However, he was still confused about what a true divine looked like and what kind of person a true divine was. He still had no idea at all. Even if he occasionally heard from the disciples of true divine, it was just unconcealable worship and unconcealable awe. At this moment, he had the opportunity to hear the evaluation of a true divine from a cultivator who was at the same level as a true divine to some extent. To him, this was a novel experience that he had never experienced before. How could he not be curious? How could he not care? At this time, he had already focused all his attention on his vision and his hearing. He was instinctively worried that he might have accidentally missed out something that the World Emperor said because he didn't pay enough attention. The World Emperor's eyes were filled with distant memories. After a while, he said, "The greatest impression he gave me was that he was determined, a kind of morbid determination. Even if all traces of his existence were to be completely erased, he would still be able to climb back from nothingness. It could be said that from the first time I saw him to the last time I saw him, there was no change in his eyes. It was as if nothing that happened in this world could change his mind." Determined? Luo Fan didn't expect that the World Emperor would say such a word. Chapter 16:12. It's a pity that you didn't see him. Otherwise, you would also be shocked by his determination. The World Emperor sighed and said. His words seemed to be regretful that he could not describe the primeval Lord of Heaven's determination. When Luo Fan heard this, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Although it's difficult to understand, I still thank you for telling me this." After saying this, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He vaguely knew that the word determination might really be the characteristic of the primeval Lord of Heaven. The determination of ordinary living beings was just a kind of determination to adhere to a goal. Even if a cultivator's Tao heart was firm and unshakable, it was only at the level of the Tao heart. If the Tao heart was destroyed, the determination would naturally disappear. However, the determination of the primeval Lord of Heaven had obviously surpassed this level and the level of the Tao heart. Just as the World King had said, the determination of the primeval Lord of Heaven made people feel that even if all traces of his existence were completely erased and he was directly killed to the most thorough extent, he could still rely on this determination to climb back up. The World King was obviously not someone who spoke without thinking. Since he said this, he must really feel this way. It went without saying how strong this level of determination was, according to Luo Fan's understanding. If one really reached this level of determination, then it was obvious that they had formed their own worldview from another direction. Literature X. In other words, he had already relied on the worldview he received to override his own fundamental understanding of the world and directly replaced his own worldview. Then, this allowed him to rely on the support of this worldview to obtain the ability to freely travel in the state of chaos and cultivate freely. In the end, he finally broke through the barrier between a false saint and a true saint, and truly became a true saint. Understanding this, Luo Fan suddenly felt that his horizons had been directly opened. It turned out that other than painstakingly sorting out and perfecting his own worldview, there was actually such a way to obtain his own worldview. There was actually such a way to become a true saint. It's a pity that this method, perhaps only the primeval Lord of Heaven, can do it. After thinking it through, Luo Fan could not help but sigh in his heart. Although this was another way to become a true saint, one could eventually obtain the ability to freely travel in the state of chaos. However, the requirement for a firm was too high. This kind of determination even surpassed one's own life essence. It was above his own world of luck and everything else. That was the only way. Only then would he be able to truly immerse his will in the depths of his body. His understanding of the world, which he had accumulated from zero, was completely distorted and turned into something else entirely. And this, even if Luo Fan thought about it now, he could not imagine it at all. You seem to have gained something? The World King noticed the change in Luo Fan's expression and asked curiously. Luo Fan shook his head and said, I merely received some inspiration from the primeval Lord of Heaven's state. Of course, he couldn't directly tell the World Emperor about the world he had guessed. After all, even though the Realm Emperor seemed to be treating him very well, telling him about such a long time ago. However, the friendship between them was still shallow. How could he so easily say something so crucial to becoming a saint? The Realm King nodded and said, I see. That should be the case. Now that I think about it, I can still feel that I have received some inspiration from time to time, as if I have comprehended something. However, no matter how I think about it, I can't comprehend anything. Perhaps, after the primeval Lord of Heaven became a true saint, even his past has changed, and even his figure in other people's memories has become mysterious. Luo Fan naturally nodded in agreement. Then he asked, Fellow Taoist, I presume you've relied on the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light to survive for so long. Of course. The World Emperor laughed and said, Although I am confident that I am not weak, I clearly know that in this immeasurable time, there are at least hundreds of millions of cultivators who are more talented and stronger than me. Most of them have been annihilated in time, but I have survived until now. If not for the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, how is it possible? In fact, since I was born, I've faced certain death hundreds of billions of times. Every single time, I was beaten to the point that all traces of me were erased. In the end, I had to rely on the bit of will that was entrusted to the innate, indestructible spiritual light to break through the void and return. Speaking of this, the Realm Emperor was a little emotional. Hearing this, Luo Fan suddenly felt that the Realm Emperor in front of him had become very old. This was inevitable. He had cultivated for billions of years. Compared to almost any other living beings, he could treat them with a condescending attitude. However, before the World Emperor before him, the amount of time he had spent cultivating seemed so insignificant. It was as if a second was compared to the amount of time he had spent cultivating. Under such circumstances, his impression of the Realm Emperor had to change. Suddenly, Luo Fan suddenly thought of the Gene Emperor and asked, You said that you and the Gene Emperor are good friends. Is the Gene Emperor also a cultivator of the same generation as you? Speaking of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Of course not. The Realm Emperor's words directly dispelled the trembling in his heart, making him feel much better. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the World King's next words made him smile bitterly. She is a cultivator of the same generation as the third true saint, sect master Tongtian. The Realm Emperor said, "The third true saint." Luo Fan helplessly smiled bitterly. The first true saint and the third true saint might be separated by an infinite amount of time, but compared to the current Luo Fan, there was not much difference. However, there wasn't much of a difference. They were both immeasurable ages. It was like an infinitely large number, and an infinitely large number was still infinitely large. That's right. Back then, she seemed to have a good friendship with the sect master Tongtian. It is said that there was some love. The Realm Emperor said with a smile. There was a hint of gossip in his expression. Luo Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words." These words involve the supreme and omnipotent true saint, sect master Tongtian, and with his ability, he might even be able to sense their conversation at this moment. Talking about the other party's gossip like this. If the other party was unhappy, one finger pressed over, the two of them might die. It was really not worth taking such a risk for a few words of gossip. Humph. If they dare to do it, can I make some arrangements? The Realm Emperor was very disdainful. However, although that was what he said, but the Realm Emperor still closed his mouth and didn't talk about this matter anymore. After all, it involved a true saint. As a world emperor who had lived for a long time, who knew how many times he had seen the means of a true saint, his understanding of a true saint was comparable to the world, more than anyone else in the universe on Earth. Naturally, he knew how terrible it would be if a true saint was angry. Unfortunately, the Jin Emperor's confidence had long been obliterated, and he had always been muddle-headed. Hundreds of millions of years ago, he directly left this world. I originally thought that he had rekindled his faith and directly entered the chaos to find a new way, a new world. I didn't expect that he would actually return to the main world. What a pity. The Realm Emperor sighed. Why is it a pity to return to the main world? Luo Fan was curious. Although the power level of the Earth's universe was much lower than that of this world, it was still a perfect world with the existence of a true saint. There were also endless opportunities in it. If he was lucky, he could comprehend something and become a true saint. It was not an incredible thing. Hearing this, the Realm Emperor shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, you don't know. This world and the main world seem to be closely connected, but in fact, they are two completely different worlds. If you cultivate in this world for a long time, you will naturally be branded with this world. At that time, when you enter the other world, you will be oppressed by the world, and everything will not go smoothly. Even if there is an opportunity, it will naturally reject you. It is impossible for you to become a true saint." While speaking, the Realm Emperor was paying attention to Luo Fan, trying to see something from his expression. However, in the end, he only saw a slight surprise on Luo Fan's face. Then, he recovered and there were no more changes. For a moment, he secretly admired him and said, "Fellow Taoist temperament is really strong. I underestimated you just now. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me." Hearing this, Luo Fan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, why do you have to be like this? It's not that my temperament is strong. It's just that I feel that it doesn't matter where I cultivate. This is temperament," the Realm Emperor praised. Naturally, what they were talking about was that when Luo Fan heard that he could not return to the Earth's universe to cultivate normally after cultivating in this world for a long time, he was still so calm and so natural. He did not show any change in expression because of this news. Luo Fan's reason was not something that was said casually. These reasons were completely from the bottom of his heart. At first, he was an ordinary person in the Earth's universe. Then, he traveled to the untainted world and became a Paishio. After setting the belief of cultivation, how many worlds had he traveled? From the untainted world to the Great Tianyuan world, from the untainted world to the Earth's universe, from the untainted world to the Earth's universe. and then from the age of Dharma ending of the Earth's universe to before the world was broken. Then, he left the Earth's universe before the world was broken and entered the demon realm. Then, he left the demon realm and entered the other heavens and realms. Until now, he had come to another perfect world with an extremely high level of power that was comparable to the Earth's universe. During this journey, when did he feel uneasy because he left the original familiar environment? When had he ever pursued to return to his original world just because he had entered a new world? He, on the other hand, was at ease, no matter where he was, at any time, as long as he could cultivate, as long as he could improve his cultivation, and as long as he could perfect his view of the world, he would be at ease. Under such circumstances, after entering this world, they would not be able to return to their original Earth universe to continue cultivating. What's the big deal? As long as the cultivation environment in this world was better than that on Earth, that was enough for him. It was precisely because of this mentality and this way of thinking that he had such a performance just now. The World Emperor looked at Luo Fan's matter-of-fact behavior, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Seeing his shock, Luo Fan couldn't help but be puzzled and asked, "What did you think of? Why are you so shocked?" When the World King heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe it's just my imagination. An illusion? You must be joking, fellow Taoist. At your level and mine, how could there be such an illusion?" Luo Fan smiled and said. The Realm King sighed and looked at Luo Fan with a complicated expression. "Fellow Taoist, I see. I suddenly have the same feeling as when I saw the primeval Lord of Heaven." When Luo Fan heard this, he was shocked. Suddenly, all kinds of complicated emotions emerged in his heart. Suddenly, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in his heart, including excitement and disbelief. There was also an inexplicable panic. In the end, he gradually calmed down and said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist, you scared me just now. Perhaps you really had an illusion." At this time, the World King shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. At our level, we won't have an illusion for no reason. Fellow Taoist must be similar to the primeval Lord of Heaven in some aspect. It's just that my current realm is not enough, so I can't see it." As he said this, he did not wait for Luo Fan to speak and sighed again. Perhaps the Origin World's 8th true saint is about to appear. Looking at the time, it should be about time. At this time, Luo Fan had completely calmed down and was not moved by the World King's words at all. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you think too much." "Perhaps." The World King suddenly became a little dispirited. "Fellow Taoist, you have to be careful from now on. Every true saint's path to becoming a saint is bound to be filled with endless blood and tribulations. If fellow Taoist is really the next true saint, the following days won't be peaceful. Thank you for your reminder. Although I don't think I'm the next true saint, I still have the ambition to become a saint. Fellow Taoist reminder is of great help to me." Luo Fan smiled and said. Looking at Luo Fan's unmoved expression, the World King smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you have been here for a long time. I won't hinder your cultivation anymore. Please." This kind of direct behavior of sending a guest off was so natural for him. Since the World King had already sent the guest off, Luo Fan naturally wouldn't delay any longer. He bowed to the World King and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Goodbye." With that, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. After Luo Fan's clone disappeared, the World King looked at him from afar and murmured, "A seed of a true saint. I didn't expect a seed of a true saint to finally appear." Perhaps the Jin Emperor saw this and sent him to this world? While speaking, he smiled bitterly and patted his head. "Why am I thinking so much? He is a true saint, and I cultivate my own. Even if this world is destroyed by him, I will, at most, enter the primordial chaos to cultivate." As soon as he said that, he turned around and turned into a ray of spiritual light, charging into the gray, churning, and unknown existence that seemed to be in a chaotic state. Only an existence like him, who possessed the inextinguishable primordial divine light, would dare to say such words about cultivating in the primordial chaos. The inextinguishable primordial divine light was a product of the primordial chaos, so it could naturally exist in the primordial chaos. Under such circumstances, those who possessed the inextinguishable primordial divine light could naturally hide in the inextinguishable primordial divine light and stay in the primordial chaos without being assimilated or destroyed by the primordial chaos. In other words, as long as one possessed the inextinguishable primordial divine light, they would no longer be restricted to any part of the world. Of course, only a true saint could freely move about in the primordial chaos. Therefore, even if one wasn't a true saint, even if they had the inextinguishable primordial divine light, they could only let the inextinguishable primordial divine light move randomly in the primordial chaos. They couldn't control its operation or change its direction at all. In the end, it was no different from being in any other world. They still couldn't control it. As the light returned to the mysterious existence, the floating mountain gradually returned to its original calm state. After Luo Fan's clone left the World King's cave mansion, he quickly went in the direction of his main body. Just as he stepped into the territory of the big organization, suddenly, a strange power fell from the sky and attacked him. This power was so vast, so powerful. The moment it fell, it directly turned the space-time of countless light years into a hazy, primordial chaos. This caused everything within the range of countless light years, including time, space, the mysteries of the true saint, the fragments of the great path, and all other powers, to be completely mixed together at this moment, forming an unimaginably chaotic state. With a thought, Luo Fan's spiritual light clone condensed again. Then, the spiritual light clone slightly raised his hand and swiped across the air. In an instant, a powerful wave spread along his palm. In an instant, the area in front of him that was getting bigger and bigger gradually smoothed out, gradually returning to its original appearance. But at this moment, that wave of power had truly descended upon them. It directly formed a figure in front of Luo Fan, a figure that had the appearance of a born Taoism aptitude. The space-time within the range of countless light years had completely turned into a chaotic primordial chaos. This was just the precursor of the power descending, equivalent to the effect of a strong wind from a punch. This figure, it was an old man. He was thin and weak, with white hair and a youthful face, but the light of wisdom in his eyes was deeper than any living creature that Luo Fan had seen before. Even the light of wisdom in the eyes of the Realm King was not as deep as his. "May I know who you are?" Luo Fan asked with a frown. "It really is a spiritual light clone." The old man did not answer Luo Fan's question. Instead, he looked at the process of Luo Fan's body and felt inexplicably emotional. "Yes, it is a spiritual light clone," Luo Fan said lightly, but his eyes were fixed on the old man in front of him, and his brows gradually furrowed. Although the wisdom in the old man's eyes was deeper than that of the Realm King, he knew that this was not because the Realm King's wisdom was inferior to his. Instead, it was because the Realm King had already completely controlled his own wisdom, causing all of his wisdom to be completely restrained and not revealed in the slightest. In other words, the old man in front of him, who was unable to restrain himself, was still much weaker than a World King. Even the World King had to refer to him as a Tao friend, but this old man was treating him with such a condescending attitude. This naturally made him feel dissatisfied. Of course, this mentality was only a little bit, and his mind would not really be shaken because of this. "Hand over your method of condensing spiritual light, and I can spare your life," the old man said lightly. Hearing this, Luo Fan's expression finally changed. "Spare my life?" Luo Fan repeated. The old man nodded and said, "That's right. Although you can condense spiritual light, your strength is too weak. To me, you are just an ant. If I want to kill you, I only need a thought." "Your identity," Luo Fan said lightly. The old man frowned, but then he slightly relaxed and said, "I am the founder of a large organization. You can call me Czar." "Czar? This name reminds me of a country of polar bears," Luo Fan said faintly. So? The Tsar frowned. As he said this, the entire world seemed to dim, as if the entire world was trembling under his voice. Faintly, Luo Fan could feel a will that he had sensed before slowly spreading out from the old man's body. It began to suppress the surrounding space-time and began to affect everything, causing the surroundings to distort and change along with its existence. An extremely powerful pressure was produced at this moment and began to press down on Luo Fan. Under this pressure, Luo Fan felt his spiritual light clone become heavy, as if the power of a restriction was constantly approaching him. Sensing all these changes, Luo Fan suddenly laughed. Ever since you saved those creatures from my hands, I have already treated you as an imaginary enemy. You overestimate yourself. The Tsar sneered. Is that so? Perhaps you think that I am overestimating myself. However, it is precisely because of this pressure that I have been able to make so much progress during this period of time. I was able to condense the spiritual light that you were unable to condense. Fundamentally, it was also because of this overconfident mentality. Luo Fan laughed. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and made a grabbing motion at the old man.